Okay, councillors, it's 6 o'clock, so I'll declare the extraordinary meeting of the council open. Can I just begin by asking Councillor Atkins and Councillor Howard to confirm if they can hear me?
I can.
I can too.
Thank you very much for that. I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying my respects to the elders, both past and present. Are there any apologies for this evening's meeting? No apologies. We'll move on to the notice of webcasting. I'm sure everybody's aware, as we're participating remotely, that the proceedings are being broadcast live onto the internet and recorded there for posterity. Disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures of interest for this extraordinary meeting? No disclosures. I'll ask everyone to please join me for a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you for that. There being no speakers for the public forum, no condolence motions and no mayoral minutes, we'll move on to item 1, annual report.
Mayor, may I move
Yes, Councillor Drury.
a recommendation that council receive and note the annual report, including
Seconded.
the audited financial statement.
That has been
Seconded by the
seconded
Deputy
by
Mayor.
Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Drury?
Briefly, if I may, and I covered a number of issues, particularly in relation to our strong financial position in my last contribution last week. So tonight, what I'd like to do is actually draw people's attention to the actual annual report, which really is something that we can all be proud of. I know from time to time we have our disagreements, and we're going to have some more tonight. And I know some are heartfelt and I know some are theatrical. But really what this report shows is a significant block of achievement by our council, by all of our staff, led by Peter Gainsford, and by our councillors, led by Darcy. What it does show is significant improvement, significant steps in relation to achieving our goals and outcomes and aspirations for our community. For me, it's always important that these goals and aspirations include the sorts of things that assist those who actually need it most. You know, those people that struggle at home for one reason or another, struggle in the community, struggle at school, struggle at work. It's great to see that we're doing things that really do support and address them. And I think that this achievement is fantastic when it goes with some very sound financial management, when it goes to a surplus in terms of our operating result that we're also reporting. I commend the document.
Thanks, Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Scott?
I waive my right.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr. Mayor, before speaking, I have two questions, if I may.
Yes.
The first is, when will council be in a position to adopt the annual report, which includes audited financial statements? At which meeting?
I'll put that question to the council.
Councillor, we're doing that this evening. That's my resolution.
Well, I don't think the question's to you, Councillor Drury. I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, there is no adoption of the annual report, including audited financial statements. Council under the OLG is obliged to prepare the annual report with the statements and put that up on our website and notify OLG, which we have done. So Council previously endorsed the annual report, but just for exhibition in terms of going up on the website, but didn't have to. Last week, Council endorsed the audited financial statements, and this pulls those two documents together.
Councillor Stamos?
In light of that, report is coming back to the February meeting, is that correct?
No, there's no further report required to Council in regard to this year's annual report and the audited financial statements.
Okay, thank you. Now, my final question is the issue of staffing. When I've looked at the financial reports, I've had a look at our staffing, because that sort of comes up over and over again as to the staffing, the resources available, and we've highlighted that a number of times in our public reports. I'm just wondering what processes Council has in place for increasing staff levels, or whatever it is they might be doing over the year ahead, or advertising positions. Thank you.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councils, there were staffing challenges through COVID, which every organisation faced. We've been very fortunate in the last 12 months that's turned around, and we're getting a lot more key staff on the ground, and that's improved out of sight. So our commitment has always been to recruit and put people in positions. COVID, when we had some shutdowns, created a unique circumstance, but we're back to recruiting in full establishment. In relation to the financial statements, there was just some key staff that had had left council as well. So it's just trying to replace and have people in place to do that. That person's now been replaced. And so wherever we can, the staffing levels are certainly getting back to what they were pre-COVID.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to speak to the motion now, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Stamos.
And I'd like to request that my amendments be placed on the screen, if I could, thanks, so that councillors can see those.
Please speak to them.
All right, thank you. I'm just waiting for them to be put up. Yeah, lovely. Councillors, I think this has been a very unusual process that we've faced this year in terms of production of our financial statements and the annual reports, which of course include our audited financial statements. North Sydney Council was given the courtesy of its residents of explaining what's caused the delays and why their council have had to seek an extension of time. And I think it would be a good thing for our council, likewise, to make a public release about where these documents are at. I know there's a lot of confusion in the community about them, and there's a lot of confusion, in fact, amongst councillors, I think, about this process, how it's developed and how it's got to this stage here. So the first thing is that we'd like to note that North Sydney Council has made a public release about its delays. So therefore, I'm suggesting that we prepare a public release stating the delays and explaining the reasons for those delays to our public as a matter of courtesy, and also showing our integrity and transparency as a council. In that public release, of course, we make mention of the fact that the Office of Local Government gave us approval to extend beyond the 5-month time frame that we normally have. So it was all in order from that perspective. And again, I think it's essential that councillors receive a briefing notice, I think, explaining the usual steps or time frame or whatever for the production, exhibition, approval and dissemination of council's annual reports, which includes its audited financial statements, so that we aren't in this position of I would say, confusion, to use that word, for the forthcoming year. So I hope that they can be adopted as well. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Stamos's amendments?
Seconded.
Yes,
I'm seconding it. Oh, well.
Sorry, you'll have to forgive me and be a little bit more patient with me than usual. I could hear Councillor De Cruz, but there was someone before Councillor De Cruz.
Councillor Atkins.
Councillor Atkins, do you wish to? So Councillor Atkins will second the amendment. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Drury, do you wish to incorporate Councillor Stamoulis's amendments?
Certainly not.
Okay, they're not incorporated, so we'll now debate the amendments. Does anyone else wish to speak in support of the amendments? Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, I think they're very strong amendments, and we do owe it to our community to be transparent to them as to why the delays are caused, and that we can move forward from this point on. So I do support these amendments, and to provide more information to our community about what's in the annual report and why we're bothering to do it. The audited financial statements, and to ensure that we're displaying the right correct information on the website and putting it on display for comments from the community. So thank you. Thank you to Councillor Stamoulis for bringing this motion to council. Amendment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. Now, I'm going to have a problem here just looking at I'm trying to get the setting of the viewing right so that I can see each person. And I think it's made difficult by having the motion shared on the screen, the document shared on the screen. Catherine, you able to tell me what view I should be looking in to be able to see all of the councillors voting?
Mayor, I think it might be called gallery view.
Still can't, I'm in gallery view, but I still can't see it because your screen is shared.
Would you like me to stop sharing just for the vote?
Yep, otherwise I won't be able to count the votes. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have councillors Atkins, Lockie, Griffiths, Shetty, De Cruz and Langford. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have councillors Howard, Drury, D'Arienzo, Stevens, Sardulius, Smith, Scott and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion?
Yes, I have a further amendment.
Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, so I have an amendment which I'll send through to Catherine, I think. She can put it up. It's just to note that the amended pages in the annual report to that we previously adopted. So I've been advised by the officers that we don't need to rescind that adoption, and that we can just adopt a new revised annual report. I've been through it. Thank you.
Accepted.
All right.
So the amendments from Councillor De Cruz have been incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion?
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Stamoulis?
Mr Mayor, I note that amendment that's just been incorporated into the motion. Given that that annual report has been approved, would that be, could I ask a question through the chair? Is that the normal way of incorporating changes to?
Point of order, Mayor. I believe that we've had more than 3 questions asked by Councillor Stamoulis in relation to this item, and this would account for his second speech.
Councillor Stamoulis has asked 3 questions. That is correct, which is the limit of the questions that he can ask on this item. He is able to speak to a separate amendment which has been moved. So, Councillor Stamoulis, you've exhausted your questions for this item, but you are able to speak to the De Cruz. Well, it's not being debated because it's been incorporated. So, unfortunately, you're not able to ask a question either. One of your colleagues might be able to ask the question for you if you like. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Mayor, to be frank, the community is not confused about the great work that we are doing for them. The community is not confused by the annual report or the financial statement. There is no confusion being raised with me. The reasons for the process we've got were publicly given in the report last week. They are publicly available information. Everyone is very clear on what is going on. And Mayor, secondly, I just want to express some disappointment that in relation to probably some of our most important documents, we don't have any meaningful interaction by the other parties on this council to that material. There is no meaningful interaction or debate or discussion in relation to our financial position. There is no meaningful contribution or debate or discussion in relation to the great achievements that are in our annual report. And I must say, I am disappointed with that.
Point of order,
I do wish
Mayor.
that
Councillor De Cruz is moving a point of order. Councillor Drury. Councillor De Cruz.
The slurs by the councillor against his colleagues are uncalled for. We
Councillor
have
De
all
Cruz,
read
I
the.
don't believe, Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist unless you wish to identify the clause in the Code of Meeting Practice that you're moving your point of order in regards to. Notwithstanding,
I'll look it up for you.
well, move a point of order
But
when you
please
look it
ask
up.
Councillor Drury to desist.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. Councillor Drury has not made any slurs against any councillor and is able to continue his right of reply. Councillor Drury.
I do hope that when we come to this period next year, that other councillors will actually go to the substance of what we've achieved and the substance of the financial matters, rather than quibbling around at the edges. I urge all people to vote in favour of this.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion to receive and note the annual report with the amendment that's been incorporated. I'll ask, before I do so, I'll ask that the shared document is removed from the screen. Everyone who is in favour of the motion, please raise your hands and keep them raised. And I believe that is unanimous. Is there anyone who is
No,
against?
I'm against, Mr. Mayor.
That is 14 in favour with Councillor Stamoulis against. That has been carried. And with that, I will declare the meeting closed. We'll reconvene for the other extraordinary meeting at 6:30. Thanks very much, everybody.
excuse me, Catherine, if you're there, are we on the same Zoom channel for the next meeting?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
That's all right.
I'll declare the meeting open. I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying my respects to their elders, both past and present. There are no apologies for this evening's meeting. I'll provide a notice of webcasting for the one speaker that we have in the public forum tonight. This is just to let you know that these proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube and recorded there for posterity. So there are legal ramifications to what you say in the public domain. Are there any disclosures of interest tonight, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
I declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 6, the local traffic committee meeting of the 21st of November 2022. I work in the office of the state member for Summer Hill, who has a representative on the local traffic committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting as the vote for the state member is exercised through a representative.
Thank you for that. Are there any further disclosures?
Yes.
Mayor.
Oh, sorry. You can go first, whoever that was.
Thanks. It's Councillor Langford. Just a disclosure of interest, non-significant for item 28, non-pecuniary. The area that has been identified for a natural site restoration is nearby to where I live.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Scott.
Yes, I'll declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 17, the sporting ground condition report. One of the sporting grounds is the oval shared with council and Sydney Secondary College, and I am the P&C president at Sydney Secondary College. And I declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 42, which is the upgrade of the Leichhardt tram sheds. Those tram sheds are adjacent to Sydney Secondary College, where I am the P&C president. And I'm sorry to the minute taker for referring to the agenda item numbers from the previous meeting.
Okay, are you've referred to those agenda items numbers in your verbal remarks or in your declaration?
I have referred to them in my declaration with the previous agenda item numbers.
Okay, can we adjust those then so that it's correct? So
they're correct on the screen.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further declarations, councillors? If not, Councillor D'Arienzo will move acceptance of the declarations from Councillors Howard, Langford and Scott, seconded by Councillor Sardulius. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you for that. We'll move on to the public forum, for which there is one registered speaker, and that is for the traffic committee. Sorry, I'm just exiting the screen mode so I can identify that person correctly. I'll just ask the council officers to identify the item and the name of the speaker.
Mayor, it's item 6, local traffic committee meeting, 21st of November 2022, and the speaker is Jimmy Tang from Elwood.
Mr. Tang, are you there?
Hi, Mr. Mayor, I am.
Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Just further to last week's comments that I didn't get to clarify, and just delving into some of the other residents' comments about that Jacobs report in 2018. Now, that no left turn sign would force nearly 300 extra cars to queue at the traffic lights during morning peak hour. Yet the local traffic data shows that the traffic lights were only allowing about 15 vehicles through every 82 seconds. So with that mathematics calculation, it would take nearly half an hour to clear 300 or so vehicles that are forced to wait in the queue. Okay, so I mean that is a long time for a short stretch of road. Okay, so the no left turn sign was also introduced to reduce traffic on Ness Avenue. Yet the Jacobs report say that there was there were only 1,100 vehicles per day on Ness Avenue, and it was already suitable for a bike boulevard. The Jacobs report indicated in America considers 1,500 vehicles as an appropriate traffic level, and Germany regards 3,000 as a suitable level. So why is 1,100 not okay in Dulwich Hill? Okay, so I mean the no left turn sign have never been installed previously. There is absolutely no need for it, and there isn't sufficient consultation, particularly with residents in Earlwood, or at least the Canterbury Bankstown Traffic Committee. The council's consultants need to consider the impact of the sign on the residents outside of the inner west. Unfortunately, they did not. The Jacobs report failed to identify that the Ewart Street intersection was already saturated on the southern approach on the road, and that traffic was tailing back almost 2 kilometres on Earlwood streets. Circling back to my reasoning why the time restrictions will also be removed from last week is, I mean, the times have changed. Obviously, COVID, people working from home, so there is less traffic. I recognise that. So the counter argument then is, you know, that there is no need for that no left turn sign. There are reduced cars on the traffic now. If that is the case, if the concern was there's too many cars going through Ness Avenue and Tennyson Road. Now, I'm sure you know that the council is serious about Greenway project. I'm an avid cyclist, and I recognise road safety, and I'm all for it. But I mean, if the council is serious about it, maybe the council should really put in dedicated bike paths, you know, make it safer for all road users, whilst allowing natural traffic flow. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tang. That concludes the public forum. There being no condolence motions or mayoral minutes, we'll move on to reports for council decision. The first of which is in relation to, sorry, forgive me, item 1, access to council town halls and venues for not-for-profit organisations. I'll move the officer's recommendation to put this out on public exhibition. I'll just make a couple of very brief remarks in doing so. I note that what's been proposed is not precisely what was resolved in the by the council when this matter was considered at a previous meeting. I'm happy for what has been proposed to go out on exhibition, but I just flag my intention in between time to both read the submissions that are received from community organisations about whether this does make the booking of community facilities more simplified for them, but secondly also to discuss with council officers whether there is a slightly different formulation of words that could result in a simpler outcome and greater clarity for all community organisations. So I will move that way. It's seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Howard?
Only really briefly, just to thank you, Mayor, for initially, commencing this process, and just to note too that the last time we looked at this policy, the scaled fees policy, was right before the first lockdown in March 2020. For organisations, things have been extremely difficult over COVID. Obviously, they've not been able to fundraise, not been able to meet. Not being able to build capacity in the way that organisations really depend on, those not-for-profit and local organisations really depend on. So I do think it's appropriate that we are looking at this at that time, noting the concerns that the Mayor has raised about wanting this to be, as fit for purpose as possible. And I agree with those sort of additional points that he's raised. So I just wanted to sort of commend this going out for exhibition. And just encourage everyone to participate who might take benefit from it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there any further discussion of this motion?
Yes, I've got some comments.
Yes, Councillor De Cruz.
I've got an amendment I've sent through to Catherine if she can put it up. Look, I have some concerns about how we can estimate the cost, the increase in cost in the increase in income and or the decrease in income. And I actually think there's a possibility that if our venues are underutilised, that we end up increasing the number of people who are using it because people move from the 100% to the 50% categories, and that's a good thing because I think ultimately we must use our venues because the costly thing is to own them, and we do need to activate them. And I think also the other thing is that we have to simplify booking because it's actually very complex at the moment. But also I've consistently thought that it's important that our community acknowledges the grants or the subsidies from council in using the fees, and that we use this as an opportunity for the community and the public attending such events to be clear that it is a subsidy from council and it is a notional cost, and that it's appreciated and understood clearly, because it's not only for council to crow about it. It's a really important thing when you're doing your own accounting, that if you're reliant on a grant from a council and things change, then you have to actually source that money from elsewhere. So I think it is worthwhile that we develop some kind of wording and branding protocol to acknowledge council's grants and subsidies for 50% and 100% of booking fees on all our venues. And I move that amendment.
I'm happy to incorporate that, Councillor De Cruz. So that's incorporated into the
Thank
primary
you.
motion. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, I'll put that motion. I'll ask the minute takers to adjust the screen so I can view all councillors. Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that is unanimous. Is there anyone who's against the motion? That is carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor,
Who's that?
Jess.
Oh, sorry, Councillor De Cruz. Councillor D'Arienzo. We'll go to item 2, updated community engagement framework. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose some amendments that are provided to the minute taker for this motion.
Do you wish for them to be displayed on the screen?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to them?
Just briefly.
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the staff for providing this updated framework. It's our commitment to the community to engage, to listen, to be responsive, and to be of service to our local community, and to make sure that we put the community at the heart of every decision that we make. This community engagement framework really sets up the opportunities for our very broad and our very diverse community to participate with us in shaping our policies and influencing our decision making. And I'm particularly pleased with deliberative democracy principles being embedded in this document. And I seek to strengthen our commitment to deliberative democracy with these amendments to a citizens' jury on a particular wicked problem yet to be determined. And I acknowledge that there's a cost implication to a citizens' jury, and commit to undertaking that process and working that through in the budget preparation process to identify the funding source next year.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak to it? There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Wait a sec. I have an amendment.
Okay. Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I've just sent an amendment through to Catherine. On Friday, I did the walk against domestic violence with Canada Bay and Inner West Council staff and a few community members, and I got into a conversation about how difficult it is for those who English may be a second language, or they may not be able to read or write in English either. So I actually want to ensure that all our online communication includes provisions for multilingual script and information and how to access interpreters and alternate ways online for accessing information and making submissions. And it's also particularly the point of making submissions. And it was an interesting conversation because I asked them how do people rely on Google for the translation, and they said it's actually really funny if you can speak the language and you can read the two versions, how bad the Google translations are. And therefore, I think we really do need, and in fact, I tasked the person I was talking with sending me all the complaints about council's website, which would be a good thing to improve our website and our forms and everything else that our community is forced to submit and communicate with us. So even when our notices go out about DAs to neighbours, not everyone can read that. And so I actually heard something about from the community legal service about how difficult it is that people cannot always comprehend what's sent to them. I mean, it's a very long URL of gobbledygook to access the documents. So I think we need to be clearer and crisper in our communication. And I'll move this amendment.
Is there a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment?
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Atkins?
No, it's fine.
Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to incorporate the amendment?
Not in its entirety. A lot of it's redundant. Our community framework already speaks to ways to engage with our multilingual community. Our submission process online already provides alternative opportunities for people to contact an interpreter and have other mechanisms to make a submission other than online. So a lot of this is redundant. The part of the motion of the amendment that I would support is our commitment to including communications that are multilingual. That's it. I mean, even then, it's captured already in the framework, like quite expressly, actually. So look, sorry to be unclear. For those reasons, I don't support the proposal. I think it's covered in the framework as it stands.
Thank you. So we're now debating the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of or against the amendment? If not, I'll ask the minute takers to adjust the screen. All those in favour of the De Cruz Atkins amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Atkins, Langford, Lockie, Shetty, Stamoulis. I can't see Councillor Griffiths. Has he departed the meeting or not joined us?
His hand is in
there.
Jeff.
I don't know why I can't see that. I suspect it's because there's such a large number of people in the meeting. Councillor Griffiths, are you indicating your support for the amendment?
I support the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, and all those against, please raise your hands. Against, we have councillors Howard, D'Arienzo, Drury, Howard, Sardulius, Smith, Scott, and Stevens and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to debate of the primary motion. Is there anyone who wishes to further amend the primary motion?
Could Atkins put a hand down, please? Electronic hand.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that motion. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to make a right of reply?
No, thank you.
I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried unanimously, I believe. Is there any councillor against the motion? No, that's unanimous. Brings us to item 3, customer
Mr.
service.
Mayor.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with an amendment as provided to the minute taker earlier, if it could be shown on the screen. My only comment on this report from the officers is to congratulate them on such an incredibly stellar effort to reach our community in new and innovative ways. They took an idea that we put to them, that we go out on the street and we have alternating forums where council gets out of the chamber and in front of our residents, and they have enthusiastically embraced it. And I hear nothing but positive feedback. And I would like to congratulate them on all of their efforts and on 9 months of really successful customer service subcommittee meetings as well. The amendment, which now I am having trouble seeing because I've only had 3 years to practice with Zoom and can't see the amendment on the screen. But anyway, I think it's coming back. There it is. In the first point, rather than to determine that we do in fact increase the provision of customer service stalls to once per fortnight, and with regard to point 2, the process as described in the report is a rather high level description of the initial engagement that would be done to ensure that there is a very representative sample of people who are consulted as we determine the draft customer service charter. At our customer service meeting earlier in the week, we had a really good discussion about the further broader consultation that we will do, which will include pop-up stalls and public forums and online engagement and a range of different ways to reach those hard to reach groups in our community. And as such, I'm amending point 2 to just reflect that further, broader, deeper consultation. And again, conclude by thanking the staff for all that they've done this year and for taking this issue up so well.
Thanks for that, Councillor Scott. I'm happy to second your motion, and I'll just speak very briefly to echo your thanks for the council officers, particularly Mel Gurney, for working with the committee on the progress that's been made so far, but also to thank you, Councillor Scott, for your leadership in progressing our improvements to customer service. There's still a long way to go, and in my view, the new customer service charter, which must be something that is owned by the community and which has deep input from the community in its development, will be the most important step of all. But the advances that have been made so far by yourself and all of the other councillors who've served on that committee have been meaningful and are making a real difference in people's interactions with the council. So thank you very much for your diligence as well. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Stamoulis?
Yeah, just a quick question on the increase in funding. I'm just wondering whether the relevant officer could explain for us the increase in funding. I believe it's, I'm trying to read it here on the mobile phone, of $56,000. I'm just wondering why the increase is that significant for what we're going to achieve as extra service to our public. Thank you.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Mr. Mayor, it's Melanie Gurney here. The increase in cost. Can you hear me?
Yes, but it's a bit distant, Mel.
Okay, sorry about that. Any better?
A little bit.
Okay. Any better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The increase in costs is really for the staff costs, which equates to 777 as per the costings in the paper for the 3 CSO plus 1 senior customer service officer, the setup of the stalls, and also the marketing and promotion of the stalls in the local government areas through letterbox drops. So in actual fact, that takes the cost of each stall to $4,098 per stall. And what has been budgeted for in the 4-year delivery plan is $56,000 per year for customer service stalls in the LGA, in the community, and the cost difference of that leaves the $56,000. So most of the cost is through staff costs associated with overtime hours on a weekend rate.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that vote of Councillor De Cruz, of course. Yes.
Yeah, listen, I actually had a question about how this aligns with our community engagement stalls. In particular, when we have things like when we have community consultation on plans of management of the park. One of the issues that I had concerns about was that we didn't seem to, there were the different silos of council having to a different presence at different times. And I wondered if we could have a bit more of alignment with our other functions. So if there was a market stall consultation on a plan of management, then that could be combined with a customer service stall. Can the officers comment on that?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, but I'll put that to the officers.
It's aligning it with.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Melanie Gurney here. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Mel. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. My experience at the customer service stalls that we've run over the past 6 months has been that people are coming majoritively to the stalls for service requests and to hear about service provision that council provides. In terms of the community engagement, it's been marginal, and we only have had one community engagement officer at most times at the stall. We have had a couple on one occasion that I'm aware of. So majoritively the stalls are seen by the community as an opportunity for them to engage with the services that council provide and get more information and a conversation with our customer service officers on how they can access the services that council provides. That's been my experience with the customer service stalls. I think that in terms of community consultation, from my experience with community consultation, you will need to have a clear focus on whatever that community consultation and engagement piece is about.
Thank you very much for that. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor Scott for
Hang on. I'd actually like to move an amendment.
Please proceed, Councillor De Cruz.
So I've sent that to the minute taker that we align the customer service stalls with the community engagement so that we are doing the combined thing together. So we're actually putting all the resources so that we can have a bit more of community engagement about our community, and so exactly that the council is not separating community engagement with customer service, that they're one and the same, really.
To be frank, I have no idea what the substance of that amendment is. Is there a seconder for it?
I'll second it. Thank you.
Wish to speak to it, Councillor Stamoulis?
No, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour of the De Cruz Stamoulis amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, De Cruz, Stamoulis, Shetty, and Langford. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Drury, Scott, Sardulius, Howard, Lockie, D'Arienzo, Smith, Stevens, and myself. Councillor Griffiths, are you abstaining?
No, sorry. I'll vote for the amendment.
Okay, that's brave of you. Okay, I'll put that. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Is there anyone else who wishes to amend the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Thank you once again to the staff for persisting, and thank you to Mel Gurney for her explanation that we can't combine community engagement on a particular topic with the rotating customer service stalls, which are on a schedule going through the suburbs and need to be separated from pop-up community engagement on particular projects that are required to be taking place in particular locations. Thank you to everyone.
Thanks for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? I believe that's unanimous. Is there anyone against the motion?
I'm against.
Councillor De
I'm
Cruz is
against.
against. That has been carried with Councillor De Cruz against. I'm just going to ask the Deputy Mayor to jump in the chair momentarily for the next item.
Mr. Mayor, might I suggest that I can't for the next item, which I believe is the Inner West Council Sporting Grounds, because I have a conflict of interest.
Okay, so you're going to absent yourself?
I can stay and vote, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to chair. Perhaps the officers could advise.
If you've declared a non-significant interest and you're participating in the vote, you're able to chair.
Great, let's do it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor,
yes,
may I
Councillor
move
Drury.
item 4 with the amendment that has been provided, if we could have it before us, please.
I think we are waiting for the minute taker to display. There we are. Thank you so much. Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, certainly. Look, I've got to say that this is a fantastic step forward for our sporting community. Many of us went to the community saying that we would get an Inner West standard sports playing surface if elected, and we are stepping forward to doing that. We're stepping forward to doing that, as many who were at the Sporting Forum this week would attest, in a very scientific way. The instrumentality and the way we are assessing things and working on our sports fields is phenomenally a phenomenal advance on the old practices that we used to have. I think that what we do need to do is, once we've got that data and information, is to go through a process of discussion with the sporting clubs and get an agreed 10-year program to take this matter forward. And the clubs last night, as Councillor D'Arienzo and another councillor can attest, Lockie can attest, were very enthusiastic at actually taking this forward. Councillors, we have an opportunity to start with the surface, which is really important, which really means drainage, irrigation, turf condition, surface levels, etc. We've got a plan, a much better plan of dealing with parks, and it will cost. It will cost more. We understand that, and those figures are in this report coming forward. We'll have to debate and discuss those as they come up in quarterly budget reviews. But I believe this is a very positive investment, a very useful way of using community resources, a very justifiable way of using community resources going forward. So I'd like to thank all of the staff who've worked on that. I'd like to note that we've still got the lighting project, which is going ahead. And that will be the next discussion we have with the sporting clubs, and also the facilities, to make sure all of our facilities are suitable for a wide range of people and don't put people off when they see them. I commend this to all councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconded by Councillor Howard? Seconded by Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Only briefly, just to again echo that thanks to staff who've done really extraordinary work. To also thank the sporting clubs and the players who've really provided wonderful feedback feeding into this process. So just to really acknowledge that this has been a community effort led by excellent staff. and to support the amendments from Councillor Drury. I actually have one question, if I could ask through you, stuff through you, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Howard.
Councillor Drury just sort of indicated something towards this, but could we just get a little further information about how this report will interact with planned upgrades for amenities and lighting?
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Could the relevant officer provide Councillor Howard with that information? Ryan?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So there will be a syncing of a number of programs to undertake a holistic and integrated approach to our sports field locations. So as we know here, we're talking about the actual sports field itself. A layer on top of that will be the sports field lighting, which the audit has been undertaken, the actual physical modelling has been undertaken. So that's up for consideration internally at the moment to understand what is the best outcome on the ground, and then go to the community with a connection point to discuss that. So that is a medium-term item, which we'll be looking to finalise around middle of the year, next year that is. With the amenities buildings, we are undertaking a revaluation of all of our building stocks over the next year. And as a part of that, there'll be assessment on the amenities and toilets around sports fields. So that next step, once that's complete, is syncing all the programs. So we'll be looking at each location holistically and ensuring that we've got a priority program based upon the actual conditions of every single location.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you, Ryan. Much appreciated. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against that motion? If not, I'll put that motion to a...
Sorry.
Yes, Pauline, Councillor Lockie.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to recognise that this report has been a long time coming. I know we've been speaking about this for some time, and certainly going back into the last term of council. And I just wanted to again recognise and thank the officers for their work on this, because what it provides for us is, as a council and as councillors who make the decisions on where funds will be allocated for capital works and when, is that it gives us a really strong evidence base for making those decisions. We all know that there are clubs that are really fantastic advocates for their members. Some clubs are better at it than others. And, you know, every club wants naturally for the grounds that they play on, that their members play on, to be the ones that are prioritised in our works plans. But as Councillor Drury said at the meeting last night, our budget is not a magic pudding. We do have to make decisions and prioritise based on need rather than who is necessarily the most effective at reaching their councillors or council staff to advocate. And this gives us a really powerful basis for making those decisions, and also for really being able to consult with the clubs and the sporting ground users to explain what has gone into that decision-making process and bring them along with us on that. So I really appreciate it. I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lockie. If there's no one who wishes to speak against the motion, Councillor Stamalos.
Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor
question?
Scott. Yeah, just a question through the chair. In the preparation of the report, what was the consultation that we had with the various sporting club users of these fields? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamalos. Could the relevant officer please provide Councillor Stamalos with the information about the consultation process?
Through you, Chair. So the formation of this program is the first step. So there will be a conversation that will be had with the user groups over the next 6 months, having a chat with them. So it should be noted that the actual report itself is based upon evidence, the science on each of the locations, and also takes into account the ongoing stakeholder feedback that the user groups have been providing to us, as well as internal recommendations based upon subject matter experts in the area.
Thank you, Ryan. Councillor Stamalos, a further question?
So further question, thank you. So we would, at the moment, we'd have general agreement, would we, from the sporting clubs about the conditions of the fields as well as the priorities. Is that correct? Thank you.
Ryan?
So this information was released to the user groups last night through the sports forum, which it was well received in my opinion. So in terms of that next step, it will be having a conversation with the user groups early in the new year to understand their position on that. But again, this is based upon real science to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and my commendation to you and your team for that sporting forum last night, which was very well received by the sports clubs, I know. I'll put the motion to a vote now. All those
Deputy Mayor, sorry,
yes,
can I,
apologies.
Yeah, look,
Your right of reply.
I will make this right of reply in relation to this matter, because I think this is one of the big advantages that we have as the Inner West Council. Our previous councils struggled with issues in relation to sports fields. The councils all around us have not such a well thought through, well funded approach to sports fields. Our capacity to do that is because we are the Inner West Council. We can talk about having an Inner West standard from Birchgrove to Tempe, from Stanmore to Croydon, covering a very substantial bit of the inner parts of most of the sporting clubs in this city. And this is the sort of thing we can do as the Inner West Council. We can choose, and quite deliberately in this case, choose to dedicate our resources to achieving something over a very large area of our community and making a very significant difference. And the point is, with all of those clubs, of course, they play for and away. So you can look after your field in King George's Park and put all the money in it you like, but next week, if you're playing on Mahoney, then you're going to want to wish that you had a council with the breadth and the ability of the Inner West to cover the whole area. I commend the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Drury, and please accept my public apology for overlooking your well-earned right of reply. I will now put the motion to a vote. All those in favour of accepting the recommendation? I believe that is unanimous. Is there anyone who's voting against that? No? Okay, fabulous. Right.
Deputy Mayor, may
Yes.
I move the next item in relation to Henson Park?
Indeed, you may, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Howard. Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I certainly do.
Away you go.
Firstly, as is custom, to thank Matthew Pearce for his patience and dedication in terms of this matter. We have got to a point where we've got substantial agreement and a way forward in relation to what will be a fantastic improvement of one of our premier grounds. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the AFL and the Jets and the community around Henson Park for their participation in these discussions to get us to where we are. I will note that in terms of the resolution that goes forward, that we are delegating to the General Manager to submit and certify documents. That does include the development agreement. That is, as I understand, it is already encompassed in these documents. I think, once again, this is a great example of the Inner West Council having the capacity and the ability to work with very significant organisations to make a difference. And I can't wait to see the women's AFL playing on that ground, that premier ground. And it's the capacity that we have as a large Inner West Council to deliver these sorts of outcomes. I commend the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Howard?
I waive my right. Can you hear me? I waive my right.
Yep. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Stamoulis? Just a moment, Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Stamoulis, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Scott. Yes, I would if I can.
Please go ahead.
Just two clarifications and possibly advice, Councillor Scott, from the relevant officer might be handy here. I noticed in the licence agreement we refer to a thing called the Swans Women's competition. I think it's actually the AFL Women's League or something like that. So I will just check to make sure that the right name appears in the licence itself, because I don't think there's anything that's called the Swans Women's competition by itself, unless they do have a separate one.
Councillor Stamoulis, just one question at a time. I'm going to put that question you're first to General Counsel. Can you clarify the wording there in the contract, please, General Counsel?
Chair, the wording was an agreement between ourselves and the AFL. That does not mean that wording will stay the same once the licence agreement or the particular terms of the licence are finally settled.
Thank you.
Okay, so that will be corrected. Yeah, okay, great. My next question is that 3B, it seems to conflict with the letter received from OLG, or appears to me it does, but I'll seek clarification. And that is that we submit all documentation for assessment of the PPP. Is that consistent with the advice we got back from the OLG? Thank you.
Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
It is consistent because 3A, and the remaining parts of that paragraph 3 are the requirements under the OLG guidelines for PPPs. It has to be worded specifically, and those words and phrases are the same words and phrases that were used in the initial set of documentation that the council resolved on back in September, October. So to the question, it is not inconsistent. Rather, it's consistent with the certification guidelines that are found in the OLG's requirements.
Okay,
thank you, General Counsel. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? Councillor De Cruz, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Okay. Can I ask Councillor De Cruz that you ask them fairly succinctly and that you ask them one at a time? Because, thank you.
Can I ask who will be council's project manager for this project?
Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
It will be Mr. J. Lynn, LYNN, of RP Infrastructure, an external consultant which is engaged by the council.
No, I actually mean who in council is accountable. Which division will it be in?
It will be in the infrastructure division.
Right. Okay. That's one question. The second question is about the money. I'm a bit confused. Have we actually now just upped the council contribution to $1 million? Is that what the financial implications there?
There was a resolution before my time last year whereby the council agreed to contribute $500,000 to the construction costs of the project.
No, I actually...
And then further...
Sorry, I'll just call the meeting to order. Just 1 second, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Pearce. Councillor De Cruz, please do not interject while the council officers are answering your question. I'll allow General Counsel to finish his answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
And then there is a second contribution from the council through the budget to engage the project manager, Mr. Jay Lynn of RP Infrastructure. Now that is a capped amount of a contingency of $500,000. At the present moment now, it is not an expenditure that has been expended.
Thank you for clarifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion?
Hang on. I've got this. I've still got another question.
Okay.
So,
yes, Councillor De Cruz, please ask your third question. Thank you.
Okay. So have our cost to date in the planning of this project, and in fact, and this project manager, is that additional to the $500,000?
That is additional to the $500,000 that the council resolved to contribute to the construction costs.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
Well, I'll be speaking against the motion. Thank you.
Councillor De Cruz wishes to speak against the motion. Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned that council agreed to capping the contribution to this project at $500,000, and we are now up that to $1 million in this motion here today. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that motion to a vote. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. I have Councillor Drury, Scott, Stamalos, Langford, Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Atkins, Smith, Lockie, Howard, Stevens, Griffith, and all those against. Councillor Shetty, are you voting for or against this?
For.
For, thank you. Okay, and all of those voting against the motion? I believe it is just Councillor De Cruz. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That motion has been carried.
Deputy Mayor.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Mayor.
Councillor D'Arienzo.
Deputy Mayor, I move the following motion with a proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Thank
yes,
you.
if it could be just, well, I assume you've sent it to the minute taker. The minute taker has it.
Thank you.
Councillor D'Arienzo, when it is up, you are free to speak to your amended motion. Councillor D'Arienzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is in relation to the no left turn sign on Wardell Road at Riverside Crescent. Just to give a little bit of history, it was installed in early 2021 as part of the Greenway project to reduce traffic on the local streets while supporting pedestrians and cycling for the on-road sections of the Greenway. It was installed as part of the approved on-road works and followed extensive community consultation. Then in July 2021, there was a proposal to replace the no left turn with a no left turn vehicles over 6 metres sign. 257 letters went out to residents. Over 127 submissions were received opposing that sign, in addition to 94 signatures, which also opposed the change. Given the lack of support for the proposal, no immediate action was taken to modify the sign. Since then, the matter has been returned to the Local Traffic Committee in November, and as we know, as has been made clear at our ordinary meeting last Tuesday, the community are seeking certainty around this issue. I certainly hope that my amendment provides that certainty to retain the no left turn side. At the same time, though, we acknowledge the concerns with the impact on traffic, and we call for other measures to be considered to alleviate traffic on Wardell Road and to support pedestrian and cycling safety. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I would like to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I would like to second the motion. Councillor Griffiths, thanks.
Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, and in doing so, I do want to address some of the speakers that we heard tonight and at our previous council meeting last week. I do think that the Inner West Council not only has a purpose to represent residents and the Inner West, but also Sydney, the region, New South Wales, and of course the nation. We're a team player, and we do need to view things holistically. And it's not just residents, but also people who work in the Inner West, people who consume in the Inner West, that we do need to keep in mind when we make decisions. But in approaching this problem, and I do recognise that it's been an ongoing debate for a long time, what comes to mind for me with this no left turn is the Greenway. And I do see it as an active transport corridor, and one of the prime purposes of the Greenway is to act as a place for residents to commute. And we do want to get cars off the road. So while I understand that it may be an inconvenience to retain this no left-hand turn sign for some, I think if we're serious about actually making the Greenway an active transport corridor, that means retaining the no left turn sign. So I thank Councillor D'Arienzo for her amendment.
Thank you,
Deputy
Councillor
Mayor.
Griffiths. Just a moment. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion?
I'd like to speak. Thank you, Deputy
One
Mayor.
moment, Councillor Langford. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Yes, I would like to speak to it. Thanks.
Go
And I'd
ahead.
also have some amendments that I've provided to the minute taker earlier, and I'd ask that they be put up on the screen. Yeah, I totally support this motion. I have also had, heard from residents that basically the no left turn sign is really important to retain. The issue of the no left turn sign has been kind of going for many years. There's been a lot of consultation. The residents are feeling very frustrated that it's come up again, but there's also a real understanding that it's a complex issue, and that whatever solution is put forward, and at the traffic committee meeting, there were 3 options that staff had actually put forward. Not everyone's going to be a winner, not everyone's going to be happy, but really we have to prioritise safety, number one, and then we also need to prioritise active transport and the Greenway. I know that I really want to thank all the speakers from last week at the meeting, and I would like to propose that yes, that number one, that we remove that the proposal to remove the no left turn sign is rejected. Also, that we have a concept design produced by the local traffic committee to consider to enforce the compliance of the no left turn. That the statutory 10-metre no stopping be installed. These are all recommendations from council staff, and that the Transport for New South Wales request for a 30-kilometre speed limit trial in Ness Avenue, Balfour, Tennyson and Riverside Crescent and Wardell Road and Ewart Street all be considered, and that we have the 20 metres of no parking on the western side of Wardell Road in the mornings, just to help traffic flow along Wardell Road, which we have recognised and heard from Jimmy earlier as the public speaker is also an issue. So I would like to suggest that if we can combine the 2 motions, the amendments, then I think it would really be the best outcome for the community. And I think that, we should try and support the staff recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langford. Sorry, just a moment, Councillor Drury. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you accept this into your primary motion?
No, because these are the recommendations already considered in the report. So the recommendations, like the elements that are contained from 1 to 5 are absolutely no different to my motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. We're now debating the amendment. Is there sorry, one moment.
Yes, I'll
Sorry,
second.
I'm sorry. Could I just ask everyone to just wait until I finished asking, because it's incredibly hard to chair this meeting when there is one screen with 15 people or 20 people. I'm not even sure who's here. It's very hard. Just wait. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths.
De Cruz.
No, I saw Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, only briefly. I do think that especially 2 to 5 should be in this motion. I do recognise that point 1 perhaps is actually no longer as pertinent, considering Councillor D'Arienzo's previous amendment. But I do think that if we're serious about making this a active transport corridor, that a 30km/h speed limit would be wise to really facilitate that crossover from the Cooks River bike path into the Greenway. I think that would be a wise decision. Likewise, I think we did hear from some of the speakers in the public gallery last week around the compliance issues around the no left turn sign on Wardell Road. So I do think these are sensible recommendations that we should actually put in the motion to have a binding effect from the council.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Sorry, against the amendment?
Councillor Scott?
Councillor Lockie wishes to speak against the amendment?
Yes, and possibly ask a question through you. Just picking up on the comments that Councillor D'Arienzo made, my understanding of looking at the Traffic Committee minutes is that some of these points are already part of what we are being asked to endorse, because they've already been endorsed they're part of the recommendation the committee is making to council, and so therefore the motion, as she very correctly said, means we're picking them up anyway. And other items within this are being deferred. So it's not that we're not doing them, it's they're being deferred while we complete the concept designs for traffic calming and an upgraded pedestrian refuge. So I wonder if I could put a question through you,
Go ahead, Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, to the relevant officer, just to clarify which of those points are actually already covered in the motion, because I think at least some of this amendment is redundant.
Thank you. Could the relevant officer comment on the question asked by Councillor Lockie?
Through the chair, this is Manuel Consumer, Traffic and Transport Manager. So items 3, 4, and 5, as shown before you, were committee recommendations. However, I believe by the wording of this, the committee recommendation would be fully replaced by any amendment. So if that were the case, those items the committee recommended would not be adopted.
Thank you, Manood. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the amendment? Councillor Drury.
Sorry, can I see a motion as it stands, please?
Could the minute takers go back to the primary motion, please, for the benefit of Councillor Drury and us all? Thank you.
Okay, well, may I speak against the motion? Because my understanding here is the same as Councillor Lockie's. What we are simply doing is just ruling out the existing resolution rules out the no left-hand turn, and so the other items are in fact redundant. That's what the effect of the motion is. I don't understand why Councillor Langford persists in moving this.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. We've now heard 2 speakers in favour of the motion and 2 against, so the amendment, I'm sorry. So I'm going to put the amendment to a vote now. All of those in favour of the Langford-Griffiths amendment, raise your hands. In favour of the Langford-Griffith amendment, I have Councillors Griffith, Langford, De Cruz, Stamalos, and Shetty. All those opposed to the Langford Griffiths amendment, raise your hands. Against, I have councillors Drury, Zardulius, D'Arienzo, Atkins, Smith, Lockie, Howard, Stevens, and myself. That amendment has been defeated. We are back to the primary motion. Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like a right of reply on the primary motion you have moved?
Yeah, just to clarify, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the way that I've actually worded the motion, because it's very specific in what part of the officer's recommendation it seeks to replace, and that is only part 5. So if people are looking at the committee recommendations on page 5 of our council meeting minutes, it's only part 5. And the reason that only part 5 gets knocked out and the other recommendations are accepted is because part 5 was the only part that actually looked at other options other than the no left turn from Wardell onto Riverside. So that's why Councillor Langford's proposed amendments were redundant. The other aspects that are part of the motion remain, that are part of the committee recommendation, are endorsed and continue to be endorsed. My amendment does not seek to change 1 to 4 in any way.
Thank you, Councillor D'Arienzo. I'll now put the motion to a vote. All of those in favour of the primary motion, please raise your hands. In favour, I have Councillor Griffiths, D'Arienzo, Drury, Langford, Zardulius, Atkins, Smith, Lockie, Howard, Stevens, Shetty. Councillor Smith is missing. Councillor Smith has dropped out somehow.
You said me. I'm here.
Sorry. Okay. And all those against adopting the motion? There is no one against. Councillor De Cruz, are you abstaining?
No, I had my hand up for.
Okay. Sorry, it is hard to see. All right. Councillor De Cruz. Okay, so that has been carried unanimously.
Thanks,
Deputy Mayor, may I move item 7?
Deputy Mayor, I'm just back in now. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Fantastic. Councillor Drury moves item 7 and I second it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to it?
There is no need.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I do not wish to speak to the motion, no.
Mayor.
Hang on, what is it?
Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, so this is the 2023 meeting schedule. My recollection was that we passed it in Globo, but upon doing so, if we did indeed do that, I was concerned, and it's been raised with me about the meeting on the 14th of February. Can I suggest we move that 1 week earlier to February the 7th? And I say that because there is, the council recess period, and I think it's a significant wait, and moving to the first Tuesday of February would be ideal. And yes, people have raised with me, but having the council meeting on Valentine's Day is an odd choice.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if all of us can claim to have as many romantic suitors as Councillor Griffiths no doubt has. But I think he does probably have a point. Is there anyone who has an objection to meeting on the first Tuesday of February, thereby not meeting on Valentine's Day and meeting on the first available Tuesday in the month?
Councillor Byrne.
Councillor Lockie and Councillor De Cruz both object to this. I make no judgment about your objection. Please let us know the reason for it.
I have a question, actually. I have a question.
I've got Councillor Lockie first, sorry.
Hopefully my other half is not listening to me advocate for a meeting on Valentine's Day. Look, the only reason I would suggest we don't move that particular one is, even though it's after the recess, the February meeting is often a very big agenda for exactly that reason. I note also that it's not like we'll be completely cruising it on the way into that meeting. We do have budget planning sessions scheduled for the week or two leading up to that, as well as papers we'll be reading to consider in the lead up to that. So my suggestion would be that we retain the schedule as is, and let's not knock ourselves out too early on in the year when we're going to have a lot of other material to work through.
Okay, Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, look, I also had besides the fact that I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, I had a concern that it would be too quick. The deadline for submitting motions for the 7th of February meeting would be like the end of January, and not all officers may be on board. So I just think that's because of the submission being a week ahead, that it's actually being unfair on the organisation and unlikely to be able to be supported. So I'd like to stick with the 14th of February.
Okay, I've done it. We've heard from 2 councillors who are against the amendment. I'm doing a quick straw poll with some councillors just based on facial expressions, and I don't think there is majority support for it. Some people seem to believe that it's simply a Hallmark holiday, Councillor Griffiths. That's not me. I mean, I've got great respect for Valentine's Day, but can I suggest that the amendment be withdrawn, or we can vote on it, obviously, if you prefer.
Oh, Mayor, I think it should be on the records, people's votes on this.
Okay, is there well, let's see if you get a seconder for it. Well, that would be ironic if you couldn't get a seconder for Valentine's Day motion. So is there a seconder for Councillor Griffiths' amendment? No. Oh dear. Fortunately, you'll be in demand many other nights of the year, Councillor Griffiths. So if there's no further discussion, I'll go back to the primary motion. The amendment has lapsed, and I'll put the primary motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
are you inviting further discussion?
I'm not inviting it, but you're allowed it.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I was going to propose a foreshadow that we move back to fortnightly meetings, or 2 meetings a month, I should say. Council here has proposed the bare minimum of 10 meetings per year. It's probably not a good way to highlight council and our functions and our responsibility as councillors by choosing the bare minimum for the number of meetings. But I do have one consolation, and that is that where necessary, we have had those extra meetings, and in fact, this is one of them. But ideally, I would hope that if our agendas continue to be long, we are tending to rush matters forward, block some items that ordinarily we would discuss. I think there's a loss of transparency when that occurs, and also some items that used to appear on council's business papers are being shifted away from council's business papers and leaving the public, I suppose, and councillors in the position where there may be, again, a slight loss of transparency. I think these are important considerations for us. But given that we are holding that extra meeting where necessary, I won't foreshadow. Thank you.
So, sorry, Councillor Stamoulis, but what are you're not
I'll support the motion as is, while I'm concerned about the minimum of only 10 meetings.
Okay, no, gotcha. Yep. So there's no foreshadowed motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for an unnecessary right of reply, unless he wishes to speak about Valentine's Day.
I think you're right, Mayor. I think me responding would be unnecessary.
Excellent. Okay, we'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, I believe that's carried unanimously. Is there anyone against the motion?
I'm voting against.
Okay. Councillor Griffiths is against the motion. He's a man of principle. That's one of the reasons he's got so many admirers. Now, thank you very much to Catherine for advising me about how I can adjust the screen despite my lack of technical know-how. So I no longer need to have the shared screen minimised in order to count the votes. So that's a good step forward.
Mr. Mayor, now that
Yes.
you've been able to do that, can I please move the next one, 8, I think it is, with an
Item
amendment.
8, outcomes of local matters forums
Yep.
and customer service stores. Councillor Scott.
Yes, as provided an amendment to the minute taker. There was just a tiny error in the schedule of the stalls referencing a December recess when in fact we recess in January. So that's been amended. And once again, my very sincere congratulations and thanks to all of the staff who have participated in these weekend street stalls, which receive nothing but positive feedback, and the public forums that we hold on Tuesday night, a far better and far more community-minded use of council's time than meeting fortnightly, is actually getting out into the community on a fortnightly basis and facing our constituents in their own suburbs and taking their questions from the floor. So I commend this to the council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously, I believe. Is there anyone against the motion? No. We'll move on to, that is carried unanimously. We'll move on to item 9, Arts Summit. Councillor
Could I please move number 9 with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker?
Yep. Can I ask that that be displayed on the screen, please?
Thank you. So I just wanted to thank the staff for their phenomenal work on pulling together the Arts Summit and pulling together the beginnings of the Arts and Music Recovery Plan. In particular, Ruth Callaghan and her team. I acknowledge that there is a lot of work that's already being done in this space in response to the Arts Summit, in particular around the activation of our town halls, creative spaces audit, and the increase to the perfect match budget. But there is a lot more work to do. So this amendment really just seeks to ensure that the Arts Summit, the update and progress on the outcomes of the summit are recognised as core council business by ensuring that they are providing a bi-monthly report to our council meetings starting from the March ordinary meeting next year. This will really just help to ensure that we are held to account on the public record for the commitments that we made, not just at the summit to summit attendees, but also to the broader creative community in particular. And will ensure that our updates and our progress in this space are published on a bi-monthly basis in our minutes. It will also assist with information sharing and clarity between the many different multifaceted projects that are part of the outcomes of the summit, which encompass a broad range of teams, a broad range of council's operations, including across, in particular, Ruth's team, Simon's team and Kelly's team, just to name a few. There are a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different people involved in pulling together some of the outcomes of the summit that we're already commencing, and that will only increase once the Arts and Music Recovery Plan comes to the first council meeting next year in February. So this will help to ensure that information is being shared, that there is clarity and transparency, and ensure that councillors and the broader public are kept informed of what we're doing in this space. And recognise that we are investing a significant amount in this, and it should be treated as council business and on the public record. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith, and I'll second that motion and speak to it very briefly. I concur with all of your positive statements about the excellent work that the council officers are undertaking, and I also want to compliment you for the leadership that you've shown throughout this year on arts and cultural policy. It's been very noticeable to me to have someone as committed to progressing this policy area as you have been has made a huge difference. It's given a real impetus to the policy development, and it's my belief and determination that we'll start to see some really big wins on the board next year as a result of that work. So thank you for the work that you've done so far, and look forward to seeing how much further it will be taken next year. Is there anyone who would like to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Atkins?
Neither. Thank you. I would simply like to also acknowledge the work of staff, acknowledge once again what a fabulous forum the Arts Summit was. I think I said at the time, it's how policy should be developed, with input from those who live it, experience it and have expertise in it. I really welcome the idea of a bi-monthly report for councillors and the public so that we know what's going on, and I welcome this report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Atkins. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
to waive. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? I believe that's carried unanimously. Is there anyone against? No, very good. That has been carried. Next
Mr. Mayor.
item is item 10, Little Villages signage.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to move this recommendation with amendment that has been provided to the note takers. Great. So I just want to start by thanking the Mayor for everything you've done over the last couple of years to really get this policy off the ground, and to thank my predecessor, Councillor Sam Iskander, as well, who was really passionate about this. You know, I know a lot of us were there for the opening of Little Vietnam last week. It was a fantastic event. You know, the Vietnamese community is in so many ways synonymous with Marrickville and contributes so much to who we are as a suburb, and it was so wonderful to see you know, that recognition, that contribution given the recognition and respect that it really deserves. Thank you also to all the staff who've been working on this and on this report, and most importantly, thank you to the communities, you know, especially the local Greek, Italian, Portuguese, Vietnamese communities who have been recognised in these ways. My amendment really does just two things. So it sets a timeline for a further report. To the initial recommendation, there was no timeline for a further report to come back, and we've said that should be in March 2023. I think it's important that we consider options around signage early in the new year, particularly as we're undertaking that budget planning process. So I'm seeking that. The second thing that my amendment does is to work to establish a digital footprint for the little villages so that they can be searchable online and make them more accessible for people across Sydney looking to come and explore and celebrate each of the villages and all they have to offer. I've spoken with Google, and they have provided some information around the process of doing that, which basically is that now that the Geographical Names Board has formalised the names of those precincts, Council really establishes an online presence, hence the requirement for a web page for each of the little villages be established, and that we then go through a nomination process with Google. It's pretty straightforward. I think that's going to make a really big difference, because it will, you know, we all live from our phones, we all live from you know, electronic maps. It'll really help create that digital recognition and respect that we are trying to create also with this signage, which is just so fundamentally important to really making sure that people recognise and again respect the contribution that that these little villages projects are meant to represent.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for the motion? Happy to second it. If not, Councillor Lockie will second it. Do you wish to speak to it? No? If there's no discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against?
I've got an amendment.
Councillor De Cruz.
Of course you do.
Which I think I sent to Catherine. It was just that I noticed we don't seem to have any multilingual content on our on the signage. Is that true or not? I don't think there was on the signage.
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, that's a question. So you've alluded to an amendment. I'll ask the minute takers to display that on the screen.
Catherine, have you got the amendment? So it's the signage be provided in multiple languages,
including Braille.
That's accessibility, and including short stories relevant to the little villages. Because I think in Iron Cove we have like little fishing villages history, that we do something similar for these little villages. You know, for the Italian fishing fleet.
Yeah, I don't think we had them in Braille.
Well, actually, I think Braille is a standard part, but it's actually in multiple languages.
Yeah, but this is street signage that we're talking about, like as in things that are stuck on poles or over streets, so it'd be difficult for anyone to touch them.
Oh, well, in that case, they should definitely include Braille, because street signage does include Braille. City of Sydney has Braille on their signage.
Okay, learn something every day.
Yeah, to make it accessible. And the toilets as well.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
No, simply to support Councillor De Cruz's points that this is about accessibility, both about other languages and Braille. My understanding of some of the proposals that have been put to us about our village main streets is that some of the signage will be, if you like, on posts, and I think that would be appropriate for Braille. And I think the idea of short stories is a great idea, particularly if we already do it in Iron Cove. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Howard?
I understand the intention, I think, of what is being proposed here, but I do just note that, you know, the report talks very clearly about that council is developing a signage strategy for the Inner West. And so I think it would be better placed, you know, the fact that we're talking about, you know, signage in multiple languages in Braille, I mean, I think there may be a broader sort of application to that anyway. So whilst I understand the intention behind this amendment, I don't support it here in this motion, but understand that in that signage strategy, that might be something that might be further explored.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the De Cruz Atkins amendment.
Sorry, Councillor, just a question. I'm just noting that the first point within the motion is that we're receiving a further report that will look at the design, specifically including the design of the sign. So I'm just wondering if that's already part of the resolution. Surely matters of some of the accessibility considerations and multilingual nature of these signs would be considered as part of that. That perhaps you can put that, if I can put that as a question through to the relevant officer.
Don't be trying to inject rationality into this debate, Councillor Lockyer.
You know.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, if I might, it's Simone Plummer speaking. The understanding with respect to the Little Villages signages was more that they were more than wayfinding, they were celebratory and gateway signages, although we do have a broader signage strategy where perhaps we should be considering the concerns that have been raised in the amendment. But in terms of the Little Villages signages, it was more of a gateway and a celebration, a delighter, if you like. And that's further to the graphics that are in attachment 2.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify then, as part of that design process of coming up with a sort of celebratory gateway approach to it, we would be looking at, you know, using the appropriate languages, and if we had space or whatever, to include ways of storytelling for those villages as well. Is that correct? Through you, Chair.
I'll put that question to the officers.
If I could, through you, Chair, I do appreciate the direction of the question, but if I can refer you to the images in attachment 2, it isn't so much a storytelling, except insofar as it could be a storytelling through the graphic. But we've been asked to provide a further report, and so we can canvass those issues in that report.
Fantastic, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Langford, De Cruz, Shetty. I can't see Councillor Griffiths again. Oh no, he's there. Is your hand up, Councillor Griffiths? Yep. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Scott, Lockie, Howard, Drury, Smith, Sardulius, Stevens, D'Arienzo, and myself. That has been defeated. There's no further discussion. Councillor Stamoulis.
You missed me. I was for, Mr. Mayor.
You were for. Sorry, how could I forget you? That has been carried with Councillor Stamoulis in support. Next, sorry, we'll go back to the primary motion. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Waive my right of reply. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that is carried unanimously. Is there anyone against? No, that's been carried unanimously. That brings us to the next item, item 11, zoning of Balmain Bowling Club. Councillors, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation, but I do want to ask for advice. I do want to flag, I don't want to ask for advice on the run, but I want to flag for consideration, particularly by the Balmain ward councillors, that I think we should look at this issue over the summer and perhaps work together on something to come back in the February meeting. The status of the zoning of the bowling club at the moment does allow for residential development, which is why residential development has occurred on that site before. The preliminary advice I've received from council officers that it may be complicated to change that zoning, and it's not something that we can do on the fly. I note that in the intervening period, the club has reopened, so that's a good thing. And for the public record, I do want to encourage St John's Park Bowling Club to expand the number of days that the club is operating from the current 3, and certainly not to retract them again. 3 should be the minimum from now on. Every other licensed premises and venue within the LGA is able to operate despite the difficulties with the employment market at the moment. And I want to indicate to Councillor Stamoulis and Councillor Shetty my willingness to work with them to consider whether the rezoning needs to be considered in the new year. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second
motion?
your motion. Thank you, Councillor Byrne.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the next item, which is update on activation of town halls, item 12.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I just have some amendments that I will bring up. If Catherine could please bring up. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to start by shouting out to the fantastic volunteers and local community experts who have joined both the Marrickville Town Hall Steering Committee and the Inner West Pride Centre Subcommittee. As a fellow councillors on the groups will attest, our meetings to date have been inspiring, passionate, productive, with a real contestability around big ideas and a strong policy focus. There's lots of lived experience around both tables and a shared understanding that the activation of our town halls offers a renewed purpose for these spaces, whether it's to engage and support our creative sector to thrive and grow, to foster cultural diversity, or to build capacity for the local LGBTQ+ community. But we know we have a lot more work to do, and we know we have to do that work quickly. The Marrickville Town Hall Steering Committee is working to understand and progress the planning changes needed at Marrickville Town Hall, to shape and test models for governance, and to develop a framework for interim residencies to activate the space in the interim. The Pride Centre Subcommittee is working to draft a vision statement for the centre and to similarly compare and establish a governance model that will balance an LGBTQ focus with the needs of the broader community and to ensure we deliver a sustainable and effective model. Our next work is to begin a scoping study. This work is challenging, it's fulfilling, and both committees are laser focused on delivering good outcomes and engaging with the community. So the amendments here, while there seem to be many of them, actually only do a few small things. So really the amendment acts on the Marrickville Town Hall Steering Committee's initiative that we agreed at our last meeting to host an open day in February, and extends that across the other town halls that are to be activated. That will have tours through the spaces, lots of other community groups and local residents being able to come into the spaces, feedback ideas about how they might use the spaces, those sorts of things to really kickstart that activation at a community level. And the amendment also works to ask to escalate council's promotion of the current EOI creative use of council venues process, which is currently underway.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'd be very happy to Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins.
Thank you.
Speak to it.
Just briefly, thank you, and I welcome the amendments from Matt. I'm also a part of the steering committee in relation to the Pride Centre, and like most of the LGBTQ+ community, I'm looking forward to seeing the activation of that centre. I've also received lots of very pleased communication particularly from artists and creatives about announcements around things like Marrickville Town Hall and Petersham Town Hall in particular. So good to see that is all happening. And I also commend this motion to my colleagues.
Thanks very much, Councillor Atkins. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to?
Yes, I've got an amendment.
Now, Councillor De Cruz, with great respect, obviously I wouldn't try to infringe upon your legal and democratic right to amend every motion, but we've held this meeting over. We have a significant number of items to get through.
Thanks for the lecture, but I've got an amendment.
With great respect, Councillor De Cruz, if I could just conclude. I don't believe there is any councillor who wishes to come back again next week and the week before Christmas for a further extraordinary meeting. So I will ask for your collaboration in ensuring that we can get through the business as quickly as possible throughout the rest of the meeting. Please speak to your amendment.
Yeah, so if Catherine could put it up. So there's two things that came up. So I went to the launch of the Arts Network, and one of the issues that the artists raised was the visual artists having an opportunity to sell their works and their pottery and their jewellery and et cetera. And then subsequently, I've learned about the Singapore luggage market. This is where people turn up with a suitcase and actually sell their wares. Quite often it's just op shop kind of secondhand clothing, but it can also be jewellery and other craft wares. And so I'm moving that council investigate that we have a wheelie bag market in our town halls. So I guess this is in the old days we had car boot sales, and that we actually update that, and in the 21st century have a wheelie bag sale for those who walk to a venue or use public transport to get there. And so I'm moving this amendment to investigate running regular wheelie bag markets in our town halls. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? If not, it will lapse. There is no seconder for the motion, for that amendment, that has lapsed. Is there any further, anyone else who wishes to amend the motion?
Mayor,
if not, I'll go to Councillor Howard. Councillor Griffiths?
Sorry, is it possible just for the offers just to scroll up to points 1 and 2?
Yep, I'll request that.
Yeah, thank you.
Got that, Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Howard, your right of reply?
Waive my right.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. Is there anyone against? That has been carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, can I move the investment report, please?
Yes, Councillor Scott, we're up to item 13. Councillor Scott will move that. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I will.
Seconded by Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Scott?
Waive my right, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Stamos.
Look, Mr. Mayor, just a question through to the officers. Now that we're moving into a interest rate environment that's been probably strongly increasing over the last 7 or 8 months, I'm wondering whether or not we could get any advice on the movement of our portfolio into those higher interest rates. Now, I'm assuming here that when we look at that chart below, our return there, rolling return, has just popped into the positive. Looking at that chart there, as part of the headline report, we've just popped into positive. But I'd like some information as to whether we can move our non-fossil fuel lending easily into higher interest rates, our SRIs into higher interest rates. So I'm wondering whether the Manager of Finance could provide some information to councillors about that. Thanks.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Our excuse me, our interest rates are performing well. You will see in the November report in the February meeting that our returns are increasing better than the benchmark. and we are moving and selecting the correct level of investments now, still staying within the SRIs, the term deposits and non-fossil fuel areas.
Mr. Mayor, just a follow-up question, if I could.
Yeah.
So basically, we are getting good returns, increases in returns from both those categories of investments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 14, parking in the Inner West.
Can I move that motion, please, Mayor?
Councillor Atkins. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
Very briefly, simply to welcome the work put in by staff. The community really welcomes the work as well. And the community will really welcome the idea of reducing response times. I think that as well as some education of people, actual response times where rangers can be on the spot more quickly will assist. So just to say, I welcome all the ideas and look forward to seeing them put in place soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any amendment to the motion?
Yes, I have an amendment. Thank you, Mayor Byrne.
Councillor
Oh, sorry.
Did I have an amendment or did you?
It can be you, Councillor Drury.
Can I see the amendment?
Could I just?
May or may not be.
No, I'll move the amendment. Just to we should put a time frame around this report. I support the actions being proposed, and I just suggest that we have a report back in March rather than an open-ended time frame.
Okay.
I accept that amendment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's incorporated.
And we receive a report on the rollout of the Unintended Property Act.
Yes.
That's a further amendment, which I assume you're happy to incorporate, Councillor Atkins?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's incorporated as well. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Is there anyone against? No, very good. That brings us to the notices of motion, the first of which is item 15, Land and Property Register. And it's my view that this motion is either redundant or very close to redundant. But I'll go to the mover of the motion first to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, first of all, if I could start with just the question through to the relevant officer. What is the current value of council's land and property holdings?
I'll put that to the council officers.
It's in the report.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my, through you, Chair. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, that's taken on notice. Councillor Stamos.
Okay. I'm assuming the value is very significant, and of course, council is currently looking at purchasing additional land and property with a significant value. So it makes this land and property register a very important tool for councillors. But look, I'm very happy with the comment from the officers, and in fact, that looks exceptionally good. That they've gone through a very rigorous approach through all the holdings that we have cross-checked it with the New South Wales Land Registry Services. So I'm happy just to leave it as leave the amendment similar to what it was last year anyway, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
That motion is withdrawn. Thanks very much, Councillor Stamos. That brings us to.
I'm disappointed.
That brings us to the next item. That brings us to the next item, which
Mayor,
is item 16, Heritage Forum.
I don't think I withdrew it. I said I'm happy to leave the motion as it was as per last year, and it's repeated this year. So I didn't withdraw the motion.
Well, you're seeking an update as to when the Land and Property Register will be updated, and that update is provided in the officer's comment.
And I have an amendment and seconding the motion.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to rule that it's redundant. The information has been provided. You're free to move
Well, we should note it.
against that. Okay. That brings us to the next item, Heritage Forum. Councillor Stamalos.
Yes, councillors, I'm proposing that that our council undertakes a heritage forum with the many people with great interest in heritage, those who help us protect our heritage, those working on a range of different aspects of heritage within our community. Similar to other forums that we've held this year, this is vital to the Inner West. The Inner West contains some of the most important heritage throughout this nation. And in fact, I'm looking at the broader cross-section of heritage, which of course would include our built structures and the regulations and planning rules surrounding the protection and risk to those, but also we want to address issues such as Indigenous heritage, walking trails, biographies, histories, and in fact, dance and music that has been part of this area for centuries. So I'm looking at the very, very broad aspect of our heritage, bringing together the interested people to discuss that. Inner West Council hasn't done that, and yet it's one of our most important attributes and selling points is the way we preserve that. And similarly, it's one of the reasons we name our little villages. We've had a notice of motion about that. That's part of our history and heritage. We want to see that ongoing and we want to see that protected over time. So again, that could be part of this motion as well. But look, I think it's timely for us now to look at the aspect of heritage and its and the way that our council values and views that. Thank you.
Mayor, may I speak against this?
Is there a seconder for?
Can I second it?
There's a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Very briefly, I have an amendment. Catherine, I provided that last week. I hope you've still got it. I think it's important that we have some detail in this motion about what we expect to get out of a heritage forum. Thank you. There's my amendment. This council's now conducted a number of forums over the last year. And as an experienced policy wonk at the federal government level, I applaud this means of bringing people with expertise and experience into policy development. Yes, we have our local democracy groups, some of which cover similar fields, but our forums bring a much wider range of organisations and people together and permit a lively exchange of ideas. I remember after attending the Arts Forum, as I said earlier, that this is the way policy should be developed. Everyone feels heard. Council hears directly from those involved with a particular subject matter. A lot more ideas are on the table and we come away with some new ideas that we might never have thought of. Heritage issues are dear to the heart of many Inner Westies, and bringing those who care about heritage together with those with expertise and experience just seems like a good idea. But I do think that the motion needs to be clearer about what it's intended to cover, hence my amendment. Thank you.
Very much for that. Councillor Stamalos, are you willing to incorporate the amendment?
Certainly.
Okay, that's become part of the primary motion. Councillor Drury?
Yes, well, look, thank you for that, Councillor Atkins, because at first, the proposition, which contains, about 12 words, seemed a little bit broad. I noted from the speech from Councillor Stamalos today, it was made broader in that what we were going to be doing is having a look at the social history, including dance and all sorts of important parts of our history there. To be frank, this has not been well thought through. This is just an idea without any policy development without any real thought as to what might come out of it. And I thank Councillor Atkins for having some thought about what might come out of it, showing a little bit more nous in terms of policy development. However, I'd point out to Councillor Atkins that those key issues in relation to heritage policy management and conservation are in fact the key issues that we will be debating and discussing in relation to the LEP. And rather than have a generalised talk fest, what we could do is in fact focus in as part of the LEP discussions, as part of the discussions that we need to have for the LEP and then the DCP, and then that gives it some real bite and meaning rather than bringing people together for no apparent good reason.
Thanks for that, Councillor Drury. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak
Yeah,
against
I've got
it?
a few amendments.
Councillor De Cruz.
If you indulge me, I've sent them to the minute taker. Just for all councillors' information, Councillor Stamalis actually chaired the Heritage Committee of Leica Council. I believe it was the most successful committee of the council. We met regularly on Saturday mornings. There was members who attended that meeting from Balmain and from Annandale, and I think possibly some from Leichhardt as well. And we were regularly briefed by staff about projects relating to heritage and local history, and they were extremely well attended every Saturday morning. We also had planning history issues relating to heritage presented by the community, and we should also note that there are several heritage groups in the Inner West, in Haberfield, Annandale and Balmain, and that a forum was held in 2018 which brought them together at Balmain. And I think there was a couple of others that the local history people tried to run as well, which were extremely well attended and popular, and that we know that heritage and history is of significant interest to our community and include a regular column in our printed newspaper about some item of heritage and history related to the Inner West. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for those amendments?
I'll incorporate those.
Okay, they're incorporated into the primary motion. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll just ask the minute takers to display the amended primary motion on the screen. And I will go to Councillor Stamwells for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd hope that most councillors would welcome a forum that brings together those people with a great interest in the heritage of the Inner West. I know that many would be excited about the opportunity of bringing together information and resources with their council to look at the overall thoughts and values and expectations that we have for heritage in the Inner West. This is timely, so I'm hoping that councillors will support it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Atkins, Langford, De Cruz, Shetty and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have councillors Scott, Sardulius, Griffiths, D'Arienzo, Stevens, Drury and myself. That has been defeated. Next item. We are up to item 17, gambling harm minimisation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
I've provided some updated wording to the staff, which reflect some conversations that Councillor Lockie had with Labor. Thank you, Labor councillors, for providing some suggestions. The amendments are to, the changes are to points 2 to 4.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do.
Please do.
We heard from 2 speakers last Tuesday night who've seen firsthand the results of gambling addiction, poverty, homelessness, health effects, correlated increases in domestic and family violence, and financial abuse. Poker machines are designed to be highly addictive. All those lights and noises aren't for nothing. 3.8% of adults in New South Wales are either problem gamblers or at risk, and they represent up to 75% of poker machine spending. New South Wales has more than 86,000 gaming machines, just under half of Australia's 200,000, and more than anywhere aside from Nevada. Around $95 billion is gambled through gaming machines across New South Wales every year. From December 2021 to May 2022, net profits from pokies in the Inner West were $78 million. Gambling harm minimisation experts are calling for a mandatory cashless gaming card and a statewide exclusion register so that people seeking to control their habit don't need to register venue by venue. Pubs and clubs do not need to rely on pokie profits to survive. Western Australia has no poker machines outside casinos, but still has 1,000 clubs and nearly 600 pubs. The Inner West community wants to be heard about pokies, yet the Gaming Machine Act carves poker machines out of the usual planning processes, the only carve-out of its kind, excluding councils from making submissions or appealing. The City of Sydney agrees with me. Last night, they unanimously passed a Lord Mayoral minute, which included identical measures to those I am proposing. I understand that Councillor Linda Scott spoke strongly in favour of the minute, and I would hope that if a council with 2 Liberal councillors can support these measures, then our very progressive council can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lockie?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Atkins, for covering the immense harm that pokies cause our community. All of the harm reduction measures we're asking Council to advocate for in the first point of our motion are good evidence-based ways to reduce these impacts. And of course, Council should be able to have a say about poker machines in our area, just about as we would about any other planning matter in our community. And we need to have easy access to data about it to help us assess how pokies are impacting our residents and where, so we can support people who need it. Much of the recent public debate about poker machines has been fired by the report handed down by the New South Wales Crime Commission, which found that billions of dollars of dirty money from the proceeds of crime is being laundered through New South Wales poker machines. Its number one recommendation to combat this was that the New South Wales government should introduce a mandatory cashless gaming system. They were very clear that a voluntary or hybrid system wouldn't work, as criminals would just use cash instead. Since this report was released and the calls for reform have grown louder, we've seen some of the normal pushback from the likes of Clubs New South Wales and Labor and the Nationals. But what's different this time is it's not just community groups, church bodies and progressive crossbenchers calling for reform. We've got the media pack baying as one for change. The union that represents gaming workers has rejected claims that such changes would lead to job losses and is calling for reforms to protect its members. Public support has swung behind the need for change. And bizarrely, we now have a situation where the Liberal Premier is looking like a leader for standing up to vested interests in the gambling industry and promising reform, while the opposition leader has been left looking weak. I know there are many people in our community who would like to see that situation change and see both major parties go even further when it comes to pushing for proper reform. That's why we've brought this motion to push both leaders to commit to strong evidence-based measures to limit the great harm pokies cause our communities, and also to carry out actions locally as a council to minimise gambling harm. I commend the motion to you.
Mayor, may I seek to amend clause 1? Can I have my amendment posted, please? May I speak to it, Mayor?
Sorry, I had my microphone off. acting like a middle-aged or older man, of which I am one. I'm acknowledging that, not trying to count myself in the youthful category like Councillor Griffiths. Nothing special to do on Valentine's Day for me. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. Councillor Drury, yes. Could I ask that Councillor Drury's amendment is displayed on the screen?
Mayor, I'm glad to see that you're acknowledging the passing of time, and look, yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Atkins and Councillor Lockie for making some amendments to points 2, 3, and 4, where we have consensus and agreement. In relation to the first point, what I would like us to do is to write to the New South Wales Premier and Leader of Opposition supporting calls for a broad-scale trial of cashless gaming and harm reduction payment systems for electronic gaming machines. I think that gives us an opportunity of actually providing the data that is needed to put this question to bed once and for all. Now, I don't want to have the debates they have in Macquarie Street about this. I have never wanted to do that, and I note we've got some of our councillors are seeking to enter Macquarie Street where they can have those debates. I think as a council we have enough work to do as a council here, but I do think we can also advocate, and it does seem to make complete sense to actually build up a real bit of data in relation to the impact of the technology before it's rolled out. This is in line with the position taken by the New South Wales opposition leader, and I call everyone to support this as a way forward.
I'll second Councillor Drury's amendment.
So we've got the amendment from Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Scott?
No, I support Councillor Drury's statement.
Okay. We're now considering the amendment. I'll just go to the mover of the primary motion first of all to see whether they would like to incorporate it.
No, I would not, and I would like to speak against it, please.
Please do.
At the moment, the state government's position is stronger than this position, and the evidence already exists. As mentioned earlier, the New South Wales Crime Commission has called for mandatory cashless gaming as its #1 recommendation to prevent dirty money from the proceeds of crime being laundered through poker machines. This wasn't a recommendation they came to lightly. It came after months of investigation. Harm minimisation experts and not-for-profits operating in this field with a lot of expertise also support such a card as the only way to reduce harm from gambling and as well as turning machines off after midnight. Recent polling also shows over 60% of voters back the introduction of mandatory cashless gaming cards, and more than 1 in 2 support introducing it immediately or through a mandatory trial. It's not a new system. Casinos already have cashless gaming. Countries like Norway have had it a long time, and Tasmanian and New South Wales Liberals are, as we speak, working on how it will be introduced here. They're leaving Labor behind on this issue at state level. The evidence is also clear that gambling after midnight is a significant risk factor for harm. As far back as 2010, the Productivity Commission was recommending the earlier closure of suburban poker machines due to the increased risk of harm during late night gambling. Successive reports have shown people already significantly harmed by gambling are overrepresented in pubs and clubs after midnight. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Councillor Lockie?
Mayor, thank you. I would also like to speak about, against the amendment. Look, I'm disappointed, if not surprised, to see Labor councillors following the opposition leader by opposing these evidence-based measures to help prevent the human misery that poker machines cause and instead advocate only for the trial. I don't agree that this is something that we shouldn't be debating or that we, because we have enough work to do. The Inner West is in the top 20 council areas in New South Wales for poker machine losses. This is having a real impact on our community, and these are real measures for reducing gambling harm. I also find it strange that Labor doesn't want us to advocate for councils to have a statutory right to be able to make submissions to and appeal decisions made by the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, especially when we're about poker machines, especially when we're so vocal when we lose the right to have a say on other planning matters and DAs in our community. As it stands, councils are severely restricted when it comes to our ability to influence the provision or location of gaming machines in development consents. This prevents gaming machines from being considered in social impact assessments when we determine DAs. Restrictions or references to gaming can't be included in our LEPs or planning proposals. Councils can't place conditions of consent on developments that end up prohibiting or restricting gaming machines. In short, we have no jurisdiction over poker machines, even though we're the closest level of government to our communities. Council should at least have the right to make submissions and appeal determinations around this. Greater transparency around venue data is also critical because if we're going to effectively prevent or reduce harm, we need to understand exactly where that occurs. So these are evidence-based measures that have broad public support, as Councillor Atkins has spoken to. And it is really disconcerting to see the New South Wales Liberals ahead of Labor on when it comes to what's needed and what the voting public supports on gambling harm minimisation. It's a real shame.
There's no further discussion. I'll put the amendment. Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? In support, I have Councillors Scott, Drury, Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Smith, Stevens and Howard. All those against, and myself, sorry, all those against. Against, I have Councillors Stamoulis, Atkins, Lockie, Shetty, Griffiths, Langford and De Cruz. That amendment has been carried and is incorporated into the primary motion. We'll return to consideration of the primary motion. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I'll go to Councillor Atkins for a right of reply.
My right of reply is simply that I'm very disappointed that we haven't gone as far as we could in supporting campaigns by NFPs like the Wesley Mission, their Put Pokies in Their Place campaign, but I am glad to see that we at least have something here. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that's carried unanimously. Is there anyone against the motion? No, I declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 18, Bumali Aboriginal Arts Cooperative. Congratulations. Councillor De Cruz.
Councillor De Cruz.
You're muted.
You're on mute.
Margarita, you were muted.
Okay, sorry, we had a clash of the host trying to do it. I'd like to say I just brought this motion to council to highlight the extraordinary achievements of the Bumali Artists Cooperative in Leichhardt. I first came across Bumali when they were in Annandale, which I have an ad for one of their art exhibitions in 2000, so it may have been in the 1990s. In the late 1990s. So when I did a website for Annandale on the web and promoted whatever was happening in my community through that website. Later they moved to Flood Street where they are now in Leichhardt. The Mali Aboriginal Artists Cooperative was established in 1987 by Yasima Bostock, Fiona Foley, Michael Riley, Tracy Moffat, Jeffrey Samuels, Robin Bancroft, Avril Quayle, Fern Martins, Rome Meeks, and Brenda Croft. Sadly, some of them have passed, but some of them have gone into the stratosphere, and some are still working very strongly in Leichhardt and supporting up-and-coming other artists. These 10 artists were striving for a recognition from the mainstream art society, and their diversity was unparalleled. They changed their preconceptions around urban-based Aboriginal artists and created a unique space for themselves within the art world. And that anyone who has visited Mali would notice that how unique that place actually is and how wonderful it is to have it within our community. The work of the founding artists can be found in the New South Wales Art Gallery, the National Gallery, and Black Douglas, aka Adam Hill, who has been part of the group in recent years, has recently won the Archibald Prize, as we all know, this year. So that's all I'd like to say, but I hope other councillors will join me in congratulating Māori Aboriginal Artists Cooperative on achieving 35 years of existence, and wish them all the best for the future.
Thanks very much for your motion, Councillor De Cruz. I'm very happy to second it and concur with all of your remarks. Thanks for such a thoughtful contribution. I assume there's no one who wishes to speak against the motion. If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 19, notice of motion, development of floodplains. Councillor De Cruz?
Yes, sorry, I've actually seen, Catherine, an amendment to point 3. If you could put that up. Thank you. And if I can actually seek legal advice on the record for point 3, because there's been lots of toing and froing as to what the issues are with that. And I think officers, and I think it's worthwhile for the whole community, for all councillors to hear the advice.
Okay, I'll ask the council officers to provide some comment on the amended wording for point 3, which reads that council not support any planning proposal which has the effect of significantly increasing residential density in mapped flood planning areas.
Mr. Mayor, through you.
Yes.
Point 3, not support any planning proposal which has the effect of significantly increasing residential development in mapped flood planning areas. That is inconsistent with the ministerial direction. And it is my opinion that point 3 is illegal in the sense that it is going, it's inconsistent with the exemptions allowed in the ministerial directions. That point 3 should not be permitted as part of the councillor's motion.
Thank you very much for that to the General Counsel. Having received that unambiguous advice, I will adhere to the requirements of the Model Code and rule point 3 out of order. I'll ask that it be removed from the motion. And in regards to the rest of the motion, points 1 and 2, I'm going to rule that it is redundant. Council does not need to move a motion to fully support the measures already incorporated into Inner West Council plans and strategies. That is redundant.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? I am moving a further amendment, point 3.
Point of order, there is no response to a mayoral direction. You can move dissent in the chair.
Dissent in the chair.
So I have ruled that the motion is that point 3 is out of order and that it be removed.
Yeah, but I'm amending it. But am I allowed to amend it?
And that the rest of the motion is redundant. Councillor De Cruz is moving a motion of dissent in the chair. I will ask the manager of governance just to outline for all councillors the process through which a motion of dissent is dealt with.
Thank you, through the chair. A motion of dissent is dealt with like any other procedural motion. It needs to be now just moved, and if it is agreed to, then the motion on the floor will remain and can be voted on. If the motion of dissent is lost, then it will be ruled out of order as per the chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the motion of dissent moved by Councillor De Cruz. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Stamoulis, De Cruz and Langford. All those against? That's everybody else. That has been defeated. I'll just check with the minute takers that you're able to capture that accurately. Thank you.
Yes,
for that.
Mayor.
Which brings us to the next item, which is item 20, demerger submission. I'm also going to rule that this motion is redundant, as council has already resolved to submit the demerger business case, and I have approved a cover letter for the submission of that. So the motion has been enacted. Therefore, this motion is redundant. And we'll move on to the next item, which is item 21, screening of the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think this motion has pretty popular support within the community, from residents, from clubs like Balmain FC, and of course the Innovex Hawks, whose home ground is Arlington and Dulwich Hill. A few of the points in this motion, which I haven't mentioned, but I think I should, just feedback, is that early engagement with clubs would be really valued. And I think we should also be seeking to look to the New South Wales government and look to any grant funding from similar sources to help us make this project work. Likewise, everyone will know that the game in Summer Hill and the game in Enmore Park, which were extremely popular, I think serve as really good trials in support of this motion. One of the things I've heard, though, is that they've been so popular that we really need bigger screens, perhaps, and maybe need to have those screens propped up. One of the other things I would just like to mention is that I think the Matildas have a real chance of going very far in this World Cup. And I think it's going to be massive. And I think Australia and Sydney are really going to get behind it. And it's going to be potentially a real turning point in that sport in Australia. One of the things that a resident told me was that actually they would really like to see Anthony Albanese call a public holiday if the Matildas make it in to the World Cup, if they win the World Cup. And I've recently been reminded of the time that Australia won a sporting event, and a previous Prime Minister said, any boss who sacks anyone today for not turning up is a bum. And I think Albo should take a similar approach, a similar attitude. I'm sure we can all agree that words are not enough to sway many employers to be lenient to employees who wish to celebrate after a Matildas win. So, considering Albo promised a public holiday for the Socceroos if they were to win the World Cup, and we've been denied that, I think that we need to call on Albo, write to Albo, and call on him to make sure an announcement ahead of the Cup to call a public holiday, not only if the Matildas win the World Cup, but if they make it into the final. So that's my one amendment to my motion, which I've provided to the minute taker.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Griffiths. I'll just indicate my intention to move the tabled motion with any amendments that might be proposed by councillors as a foreshadowed motion, if that were to be the case, or an amendment to delete the last point, which Councillor Griffiths has sought to spring on us tonight. I do think it's ironic that the very people who've been arguing for years that Anthony Albanese shouldn't be in the parliament at all are now on tonight's agenda, so regularly suggesting that they want to support him in carrying out commitments that he has made prior to the election or since. Seems like opportunism to me, but I'll speak to that more substantially through an amendment. Is there a seconder for the primary motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to second with an amendment that has been provided to the minute taker.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith, in speaking to that, could I ask you also to consider a further amendment to delete the last point from the primary motion as well, please?
I'm happy to consider that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, do you wish to speak to it?
I will briefly. The substance of my amendment 2.4 really just seeks to go a step further than Councillor Griffiths' original motion, which is rather than requesting a report, let's just do it. Let's just commit to holding the public screenings. We know that they work. We've had 2 highly successful events now in Lackey Street and Enmore Park. I attended the Enmore Park screening, and let me tell you, it takes something to get me excited about soccer, particularly when we lose. But sitting there watching the game with about 5,000 other inner Westies and some Argentinians who I was lucky enough to sit next to as well, was really spectacular and really, really special. And I reckon we did it a whole lot better and a whole lot faster and without the public pressure and carry on than the New South Wales government. So let's just do it. We've got some really fantastic venues in the Inner West, which I've named there, including Pratton Park, Leichhardt Oval and Henson Park, which are all wonderful venues. We should make use of them. And I look forward to watching the Matildas probably, most likely, hopefully do even better in the FIFA Women's World Cup than the Socceroos did. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith. Can I confirm that you're okay with the wording on the screen, which includes the deletion of point 5 from the primary motion?
I am okay with that.
Thank you. I'll second Councillor Smith's amendment and just speak to it very briefly. I want to thank Councillor Griffiths for such a thoughtful and constructive proposal. Might have been that he stole it from us when we were having a discussion at the Summer Hill screening about how exciting it would be to have
Absolutely not, Mayor.
to have this take place during the Women's World Cup, but that's okay. What do they say about flattery? And about imitation and flattery, sorry. And because I'm so grateful to Councillor Griffiths for putting forward a positive suggestion, which, let's be honest, doesn't happen a lot from some quarters of the council at council meetings. Certainly not Councillor Griffiths, he's endlessly positive, but some others could be accused by people less kind than myself of being focused on the negative. And because he's done that, and that sort of good conduct should be rewarded, rather than moving a foreshadowed motion following his opportunistic amendment to give directions to the Prime Minister, I agree with moving an amendment so that his name, if that amendment is successful, will still be on the primary motion, which is adopted. Because I think we should share the credit in such a positive proposal. I do think that the screenings at the specific locations that Councillor Smith has suggested are a really good idea, and I'm a little bit concerned to have heard rumours that either FFA or FIFA might seek to licence the public screening of Women's World Cup games, which would be a pretty opportunistic and cynical money-making venture. But let's see how we go with holding our own screenings and try to get in first. So thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths, for your original proposal, and thanks very much, Councillor Smith, for your very sensible amendment. Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
I'm accepting the amendments, Mayor.
So the amendment has been incorporated into the primary motion. You're getting better at this, Councillor Griffiths. So the amendment has been incorporated into the primary motion. Councillor Smith will be the seconder for that. Are there any further amendments to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Griffiths for a right of reply.
Yeah, and I will take that right, because I really must disagree with some of your remarks, Mayor. And I think other participants at the Summerhill Lucky Square screening of the FIFA World Cup game, which there were, would also agree with this account, that indeed this was my idea, and I graciously shared it with you in good faith, in conversation, out of trust and collegiality. And it was really nice to actually hear your feedback that you thought that the Matildas 2023 World Cup would be even bigger. So that's my recollection, and recollection I stand by, and I robustly disagree with what you've previously said. Likewise, with calling a public holiday, that's not opportunism. That's standing up for people who want to celebrate and watch the Matildas game, and wish them all the best. So looking forward to hopefully having some great screenings in the Inner West.
Thank you, gracious Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths. I'll now put the Griffiths-Smith motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously, I believe. Is there anyone against? No, that's been carried unanimously. That brings us to the next item, which is Leichhardt tram sheds.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to...
Sorry, just before you move this motion, just allow me to absent myself. I'll be back.
Certainly. Ask the minute takers to note that Councillor Scott has absented herself. Councillor Stevens.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'd like to speak in favour, obviously, of this motion. It remains a source of enormous frustration that the New South Wales Liberal government has taken no steps at all to allow the Leichhardt tram sheds to be put to good use for the benefit of the community. It's also similarly very disappointing that we do not yet have a state member for Balmain who is able to be vocal and an effective advocate on this matter or deliver a real solution for it. The Leichhardt tram sheds remain in a state of disuse and disrepair when they could be repurposed for multiple community uses, especially by the neighbouring Sydney Secondary College, that would benefit greatly from more open space and additional sports fields. While we wait for the New South Wales government to act, this motion suggests an interim use of the tram sheds that would provide real benefits for the community and for local businesses. Property New South Wales that owns the site and Sydney Secondary College currently allows the college staff to use one part of the tram sheds as a car park during school hours. This motion simply proposes that council requests the car park on the site be opened for public use after hours, after it's required by Sydney Secondary College, that is after 3 p.m. and on weekends. This would provide at least some benefit for the community and for local businesses pending the redevelopment of the site at a later stage.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Stevens. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Lockie will second the motion. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor? Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion?
Mayor, I've got an amendment. It's Councillor Shetty.
Councillor Shetty.
If you could please display the amendment, Catherine. I've sent it through to the minute taker to add an additional 0.5. While that's getting put up, I'm just going to speak quickly to it. So, look, I know that Sydney Secondary College and the Teachers Federation worked hard with the support of the local member and the Department of Education to get access to that car park in the first place. I think we can all appreciate that the tram shed site is quite complex and is still under the control of police, despite their original plans to build a police supercentre not eventuating. I, of course, support any move to try and get more use out of an area of public space such as this. My only concern is that any changes that need to be undertaken are done so very thoughtfully. So I think it's important to formally confirm with the secondary college to seek a commitment from them that they're happy for the council to negotiate to make any changes to the current arrangements. I note that the notice of motion states outside of 9 till 3, but I think we're all aware that teachers often work past 3 o'clock. And I'm just really conscious of the impact that it might have, given that at the moment, the only people that have control of that site currently for its use is the secondary college. So 0.5 just says that prior to council undertaking any advocacy to change the current use of the car park, that they formally consult with Sydney Secondary College and the Teachers Federation to determine their views and just to any potential unforeseen impacts of the proposed changes of the use of the car park.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to incorporate that very sensible amendment into the original motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Stevens for a right of reply.
I'll waive that right.
That's waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I think that's unanimous. Is there anyone against the motion? No, very good. Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the next item, item 23, bring Julian home.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to this. So a poll was conducted by the Sydney Morning Herald in January 2022, and it showed that 71% of people having Julian Assange returned to Australia. So this motion is actually asking council to support an Australian citizen who has been wrongfully persecuted and imprisoned for 12 long years for telling the truth. I'm asking that, well, the motion is asking council to write to the Prime Minister and President Biden and others to express their concerns at this unfair treatment. I ask all councillors, do you support persecution of journalists? Do you support imprisonment without a fair trial? What are your views on human rights? What are your views on truth-telling? The Inner West is a progressive area, and the citizens of this area want to see Julian brought home. People are holding protests all over the world about the persecution of Julian Assange. I want to thank all the speakers who spoke to this motion last week and for their passionate words. I think that it's wrong that a journalist should be in prison like this, and it's like watching live torture, knowing that someone is suffering under these conditions. I think that we're coming up to Christmas at a time, the end of the year, when all of us get to relax a bit, hopefully, and spend some time with our friends and family. And this will not be the case for Julian Assange. I'm really pleased that our Prime Minister and the member for Grayndler is beginning to take action about this matter, and this motion calls for that to continue. I really urge you to support the motion to stand up for justice and bring Julian home. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Councillor Atkins.
Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, I come from a federal public service background, which included law enforcement and national security, and in the past was convinced that Julian Assange did a very wrong thing. I no longer believe this. Julian Assange is a journalist. He and WikiLeaks disclosed information which it was in the public interest to disclose. Such journalism is not, and nor should it be, a crime. And in any case, he needs to be treated with basic human decency and respect. And it's clear from the public speakers last week that Inner West residents support this. As to whether or not we should write to President Biden, members of the public are often encouraged to be part of a letter writing campaign to senior politicians around the world. Why should the Inner West Council not add its voice on such a matter of public interest? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against the motion, if I may.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like many Australians, including speakers at the public forum last week, I deeply appreciate the sentiment underlying this motion. I have followed the many twists and turns in the Julian Assange case throughout its lengthy history, and am keenly aware of the tireless efforts of Mr. Assange's lawyer, Jennifer Robinson, who has spoken to my law students about the case. However, there is nothing really to be gained by this motion, which is an exercise in grandstanding. When it comes to delicate matters of foreign relations, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is best placed to pursue the quiet diplomacy that is most likely to bring a conclusion to this matter. We have seen this most recently in the case of Professor Sean Turnell, released after more than 21 months of unjust detention in Myanmar. It is not for a local council in Australia, as august as the amalgamated Inner West Council might be, to write to the President of the United States demanding that he direct the Attorney General and Department of Justice to adopt a particular course of action under United States law. One wonders, frankly, how the White House would react to a letter from Inner West Council. Respectfully, I just don't think it would find its way to the top of the in tray of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. On the 30th of November, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, said the following in the House of Representatives in response to a question from the member for Kooyong. Enough is enough. It is time for this matter to be brought to a conclusion. The government will continue to act in a diplomatic way, but can I assure the member that I've raised this personally with representatives of the United States government. My position is clear and has been made clear to the US administration that it is time that this matter be brought to a close. this is an Australian citizen. It is clear from this statement that the Australian government is working diligently on this matter, and council is best advised to avoid any intervention that is pointless at best and counterproductive at worst. I urge councillors to vote against this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stevens. Is there any further discussion of the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that in putting forward this motion, I am asking the councillors to think of the greater good and to also listen to what the members of their community are asking for. We are the voice of our community, and we've been elected to be a voice for them for the issues that they're concerned about. I think that the community will be very disappointed to know that Labor won't support this motion. I don't think it's a big ask to write letters and express the views and concerns of our residents. I think that basically we need to aspire to bigger things, and we need to think about how we are here supporting the community. We're doing that for so many other issues. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Hold on one moment. Sorry. I'm just lost the screen. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have councillors Griffiths, Langford, De Cruz, Lockie, and Shetty, and Atkins, sorry about that.
And Stamoulis.
And Stamoulis. All those against? Against, I have councillors D'Arienzo, Scott, Smith, Drury, Stevens, Sardulius, Howard, and myself. That has been defeated. Next item is item 24, Cooks River Community Call for Action.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to this.
Has Councillor Scott been invited back in?
She's back in.
Never fear. I'm right here.
There you go. She's even got a rhyming couplet for you.
Thank you. So, yeah, this motion, I want to first of all commend the various groups who are part of the Cooks River Community Collective for tabling this call to action to myself and other councillors, and I want to thank them for all their work in putting this together, but also for what they do for the river and how they actually involve the community in the river and actually make a difference to the river. So those groups are the Mud Crabs, River Canoe Club, Marrickville Golf, Cooks River Valley Association, Walleye Creek Preservation Society, Crab Walkers, and others. I also want to thank those who spoke to the motion last week and spoke in favour. We all know that the Cooks River is a really important issue for our area, and this motion is all about supporting that. Many people care about the health of the river, and they want to see the river become cleaner and better cared for and better managed. So this motion is calling for council to note the call to action from the community, also to investigate what the groups are asking for, and for council to have a roundtable discussion with the Cooks River Collective and any other key stakeholders early next year, just to discuss what they're requesting. I think that this motion is about showing the respect for those community members and all the work that they've done. Some items included in the call to action are water quality, litter reduction, and review of stormwater assets. I think that this is a great opportunity for council to work more closely with these stakeholders and see how we can address their concerns. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Langford. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes, I'm happy to second.
Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor De Cruz?
Yes, just briefly to note that it's really important to support this kind of advocacy from the community. Last week we identified water quality as something we wanted to put in a developer contribution. There's a lot of this kind of advocacy actually helps, and it's questionable whether this should be in a developer contribution or more fundamental in the developer neighbourhoods. So I think it's really important, and thank Councillor Langford for bringing this motion to Council, and I commend it to all councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I wish to move a foreshadowed motion, which is simply point 6 of the tabled motion. And I'll speak to that very briefly. I'll ask the minute takers to adjust the screen so that point 6 can be seen. With respect, this motion is putting the cart before the horse. We have not received any report at all about the Cooks River Alliance master plan or strategic plan. That is a normal thing that will occur once the council is a funder of the Cooks River Alliance. Council sends delegates to the Cooks River Alliance. The normal process would be that not the draft, but the final master plan would be sent to council. There is no final master plan as it stands, and as is acknowledged in the final point of the motion, would be assessed by council staff, and a detailed report would be tabled at a council meeting for our consideration, so that we can build in any actions that we wish to take into the budget, cost them carefully, get professional advice on how they would be undertaken, adopt them, and then implement them. None of that reporting or assessment has occurred as yet. What has occurred is that we've received correspondence from a number of these community groups. I have already, and through that correspondence, they have requested a meeting. Not that we adopt a policy prior to meeting with them. I have already convened that meeting to take place early next year, and I'm very happy for any interested councillors who wish to attend. So that's an important first step, but the idea that we can just adopt a policy holus bolus, where we haven't got the master plan, we haven't met with any of the constituent groups, we haven't done any costings on it, we haven't got any professional advice on how it will be implemented, that's bad process and bad policy. So I move a foreshadowed motion, which is simply that council request a report to be presented back to the next available council meeting following the finalisation of the draft Cooks River Alliance strategy. And I want to note for the public record that I also think it was poor process to have the officer of the Cooks River Alliance attend last week's meeting to speak in support of a motion prior to actually submitting the master plan itself or the report to the council. That's not what we expect when we fund this organisation. I say that as a former chair of the Cooks River Alliance. If we want to get good outcomes on the Cooks River, then we'll need to adhere to good professional process. And I hope that that will be the case from now on. Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion? Seconded by Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Drury?
Yeah, briefly.
Question of order.
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
A question of order. If this is a foreshadowed motion, it can only be put up if the first original motion is voted down.
That's correct.
If the original motion is voted down, item 6 will be voted down, and you'll be putting a motion that has already been voted down. It's identical. So is your motion not better an amendment that removes points 1 to 5?
Rather than a point of order, I'll put that as a question of process to the council officers.
Thank you, through the chair. It would be, if it's exactly the same as item 6, it is appropriate that it is 1 to 5 removed and treated as an amendment, either accepted by the original or obviously then moved and seconded by the new movers and seconded.
I'm happy to amend the wording to simply note that council will receive a final copy of the strategy and that it be considered at council. But I'll just note that I must have dealt with dozens and dozens of motions over time at council in which a component of the primary motion is included in the foreshadowed motion, and none of those have been ruled out of order in the past. I know we're getting into very arcane territory, but Councillor Atkins is correct. that the foreshadowed motion would be dealt with subsequent to the primary motion. So given that advice, I'll provide updated wording for the foreshadowed motion to the minute taker. Councillor Drury?
Yes, I'd like to support this. And I'd like to support this because I want a better Cooks River. I think there are many people who want to do that. The thing about improving rivers is it's freaking hard. One of the key issues about improving a river is to actually sort out the governance issues, i.e. who's responsible for what. And then sitting down and having dialogue with those people who are responsible for elements of the river, bringing them along, setting them agreed targets is the way to actually improve a river. I fear in relation to the Cooks River, we have too many cooks spoiling the broth. What we need to do is get all of the groups who are interested involved in a cogent plan which is clear about the governance issues to actually move this forward. If we fail to do that, we will fail the Cooks River. Feel good motions, drafts of policies presented in a partisan way will not move this forward. I would call for everyone, including the mover and seconder, not to vote for their ill-considered motion, but to vote for the foreshadowed.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. I'll just ask the minute taker to display on the screen the the wording of the foreshadowed motion.
Could I move it? Could I move a procedural?
I'll call the meeting to order. Sorry, and it's not a master plan. It is the strategy. So submit the final strategy for consideration of council, staff, and councillors. Councillor De Cruz.
I don't believe the foreshadowed motion can accept the seconder until the primary motion is accepted.
The foreshadowed motion is not on the books. A foreshadowed motion is not on the books and cannot be considered unless the primary motion is defeated. It is acceptable to provide wording to councillors of a proposed foreshadowed motion and to speak to it in speaking against a primary motion. It's not out of order.
But not a seconder.
Councillor De Cruz, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I have spoken to the motion.
Okay. Is there any further amendment? Is there any amendment to the primary motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for a right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm really disappointed that you are not supporting these groups in their letter, their open letter to call for action. I know that I consulted with this group quite closely on this motion.
Sorry, Councillor Langford, with great respect, I'm just going to call you to order and just ask you not to misrepresent me. I have responded to the groups to their request that I meet with them. So to suggest that I'm not representing them is incorrect, a misstatement, but I'll ask you to continue with your speech.
Thank you. Yes, I note that you have called a meeting with the groups in February, and I think that's fantastic, and I applaud you for doing that. I think that, I think it's just really disappointing that you kind of don't want to note the letter that they have written to council and that you don't want to give in principle actions. I think what I've proposed here by having a roundtable discussion, which I note is something that we do often have with community groups, and I think it's great if all councillors can be invited along to those discussions so that they can actually hear from the community themselves, is that we start that dialogue and we include everyone. We work together as a group of councillors with the community rather than singularly. So yeah, I think that just by putting in the foreshadowed motion, it doesn't actually give the acknowledgement and all the effort that has gone into the call for action, the recognition that it deserves, and those community members the recognition that they deserve. So yeah, I'm just disappointed. Thank you.
I now put the primary motion. If the primary motion is defeated, then we'll then vote on the foreshadowed motion. I'll put the primary motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Griffith, Atkins, Shetty, Langford, De Cruz, and Stamoulis. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have councillors Lockie, D'Arienzo, Smith, Howard, Sardulius, Scott, Stevens, and myself. That has been defeated. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion. Moved by myself, seconded by councillor Drury. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Atkins, Scott, Griffith. Appears to be unanimous. Is there any councillor against the motion? That has been carried unanimously. Next item.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll just check with councillors. We're not all that far from the end, although we're not really in the home straight. It's 20 minutes past 9. I'll just take a straw poll. Raise your hands if you'd like to have a 5-minute break. Okay, I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes and reconvene at 9:27. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried unanimously. The meeting is adjourned. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. We're up to item 25, Greenway Funding Guarantee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this motion is about addressing community concerns about how long the Greenway will take to complete and how long it's already taken. It asks us to change a long-term option into a short-term option of the tunnel under New Canterbury Road. Sorry, Old Canterbury Road. I'd like to provide, I've got some amended wording, which I'll ask that the minute taker put up on the screen. And then while that's happening, excuse me, I'll continue speaking to the motion. So this motion is asking council to write to the Premier and the opposition leader of New South Wales to commit to funding to fast track the tunnel under Old Canterbury Road. If you speak to anyone who's, knows about the Greenway, they'll say that that's a very important part of the Greenway because it's all about avoiding major traffic areas for cyclists and pedestrians. I have consulted closely with Inner West Bike Coalition and Marrickville Bicycle Group regarding this motion, and they are in full support. And I do want to thank Neil Tonkin from Inner West Bike Coalition for speaking to the motion at the last meeting. We know that the Greenway was conceived around 20 years ago, and apparently Bruce Ashley was very involved in it, and I want to commend him for his work with the Greenway. I also want to commend all of the bicycle groups and all of the bush care groups along the Greenway for their involvement and the support of that area, creating a beautiful space and creating that habitat. And also the council staff who've worked so long and hard for so many years to try and make this dream a reality. And we are getting there, and it's very exciting. There are three aims for the Greenway. It's light rail, active transport, and bush care. I think it's important that we get this done as soon as possible And I know that all councillors want to see the Greenway complete as soon as possible, and it is council policy to complete the Greenway. And I think we all agree that active transport is really important. And I think all parties share that policy. So this motion also asks us to offset the habitat loss from the tunnelling. So if council can investigate that, and also to ensure the safety of pedestrians by implementing speed mitigation measures along the Greenway so that pedestrians can feel more relaxed and that it doesn't turn into a speedway. I commend the motion to you, and I hope that we can all come together and work together to support it. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Griffiths? Do you wish to speak to it?
Councillors, when the Old Canterbury Road tunnel is on the agenda, I'm going to speak to it because I do honestly believe that we need to stand up for the Greenway as an active transport corridor, and I am concerned that there's that we have heard some people who really want us to depart from that vision and not support things which are really important to making an active transport continuous corridor, such as the Old Canterbury Road tunnel. And I think the election's an excellent opportunity for us to secure that funding. As we know, this is a very expensive project, and things like the Old Canterbury Road tunnel, we want to make sure that we can commit to construction for that as soon as possible, and we need funding to do that. So I think this is a very important motion, and I ask councillors to not deviate and not abandon the Greenway as an active transport corridor and stand up for the Old Canterbury Road tunnel.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who
May I speak against this?
Yes, Councillor Drury.
And at the risk of once again disappointing my Green friends, I oppose this really, really strongly. I don't go out and attack people in local rags, but I oppose this very, very strongly. And the reason I oppose this is that we've debated and discussed and settled this before. We keep going around having Groundhog Day. It's like some people aren't paying attention. We have agreed to a tender which will look to design this tunnel, and we have agreed to consider the building of that in a separate phase. That has been agreed. That has been resolved. That has been done. Now, this kind of somewhat interesting rewriting of Greenway history for me is interesting because I've been here for the last 17 years of the 20. I was there. I'm not reading books. I'm not listening to people. I've actually sat through it. The Greenway was always a creative tension between a number of groups that wanted a number of things to happen along that way. We settled that in terms of a master plan, and then we settled it again in terms of the tender that we've approved to move this along. Let us not muddy the waters. Let us not get into that classic problem of adrift in terms of our program. That is how the Greenway will drag out. That is how the works won't get done if we keep trying to change things, trying to amend things. We've got a contract out. Let's just stick with it and crack on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. Is there anyone else who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for a right of reply.
Thank you. It seems like probably Labor's going to vote down all my motions tonight, but that's fine. What I expected. So this motion is really about the greater good for the community and what we can achieve as a council to try and fast track something that has already taken way too long. I think that it's really disappointing that Labor would not support the local cycling groups who have been so involved in pushing this project along and try to get it to be as good as it can be. I think that there is nothing controversial or muddying of the waters, as Councillor Drury said about this motion. It's just about trying to get some funding so that we can make sure that we get this tunnel, this underpass built sooner rather than later. It's actually a safety issue and it's actually an amenity issue. And it's actually part of our strategic plan to have active transport corridors and accessible streets. So I think it's just, you know, it's kind of, once again, disappointing. And all it's asking is to make this a short term rather than a long term, and to try and seek funding for that. If we can't get the funding commitments from either the Labor state government or the Liberal state government, then, you know, at least we should give that a go rather than just, you know, not make that effort. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been defeated 9-6. Next item.
Thank you. Yes, so this one is about addressing safety concerns once again around the Livingston Road cycle path, and how we can basically have an opportunity to improve it and get best practice around our cycle paths through the inner west, given that we've got a lot more to build. It is a great path and it's fantastic to see that it has been implemented. But I've had people in the community basically raising concerns with me about certain safety aspects. I'm a member of the traffic committee, and I raised it at the traffic committee and asked council officers to investigate it. Following that, I also organised a meeting with the council staff and the bicycle groups who actually expressed an interest, and we did a tour along Livingston Road bike path on our bikes, and that was really great, and I really appreciate the efforts of the staff in making time for that to happen. So that's where this motion has come from. Basically, the bicycle groups had written to staff as well, raising their safety concerns about this path and asking for certain improvements. It turns out that there were some aspects of the path that weren't, it seems, built to the spec, and that has actually creates safety hazards. So yeah, basically, I think we want to show the community that we can do best practice bicycle paths, and that really this is just about asking staff to investigate funding to pay for the completion of those safety upgrades. And those safety upgrades have been outlined by the bicycle groups. So that's, I urge you to support the motion and support safe cycling through the inner west. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
Councillor Griffiths, do you wish to speak to it?
Sure do. I ride this bicycle path maybe 3-4 times a week. It's quite close to my home. And I think many residents of Marrickville and Dulwich Hill would agree with me in what I call it, which is the Livingston Road obstacle course. Because when you're riding the bicycle path, there's just so many things which are permanent structures, which you need to swerve around, which are extremely awkward. And there's also, I think, just due to the design of that pathway, a lot of things also kind of get left on on the bicycle path. And I kind of think that the design almost encourages that, whether that's people's bins that go out there, are higher cycles. And also it's really easy for, because the parking next to it, that, you know, a lot of the time that there's people's doors open on the bicycle path as well. And I think we really did not do this bicycle path as well as we could. And I think, how does that, I guess, interact with our broader mission? I think we actually have a duty to do bicycle paths right. So it's in our strategic plan. It's something that we want to pursue as a council. But when we don't do these things right, it really undermines the cause. Likewise, you know, if we're doing a big insourcing, you know, and we want to take on privatization, we need to make sure that we do the insourcing right. And the same for building bike paths. Because now this becomes an example of, well, what's the point? And I hear a lot of people in the community say, well, if Inner West is going to build another bike path, is it going to end up like Livingston Road? And I think that's a really concerning thing to hear. So I think it's actually in the interest of our broader cycling mission to take a look at this bike path and look to see how we can improve it, to take it closer to what would be seen as an ideal bike path.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
I have a foreshadowed motion that I have provided to the note takers. If that could just be displayed, please. Great. Thank you. So what I would say is that I agree with Councillor Langford and Councillor Griffiths. We absolutely need to be building more and more active transport, more infrastructure for people who ride or walk, and it has to be best practice. And we as a council owe it to our constituents and owe it to cyclists and pedestrians for us to follow best practice. So this foreshadowed motion really it differs from the primary motion in two key ways. It's asking for a review of the cycleway that takes into account the feedback that we've already received from cyclists, from pedestrians, and from residents, and it directs this work to where it really is, where the best practice really is, which is through that traffic committee rather than through council directly. So like Councillor Langford, I've been contacted by a number of cyclists, pedestrian and residents about the cycleway, you know, and I'm proud, as I said, to be part of a council and to represent a community that supports infrastructure for people who ride or walk, including, you know, I love when it's in Marrickville, obviously. That infrastructure should be well designed, be responsive to the needs and feedback of residents and cyclists, and as I said, represent best practice. As with all major projects, there are important learnings to be made, and I think it's critically important that we fully understand the learnings from this cycleway on Livingston Road. I also think it's critical that the process be conducted through the local traffic committee with all the relevant stakeholders in the room. That's the best way to understand what issues may be present and to determine the urgency of any works that may need to occur. So my foreshadowed motion, as I said, seeks to undertake a review and for that review to go through the traffic committee. Councillor Langford's motion also acknowledges that there are costs associated with further improvement works, and information about these costs and possible funding sources should be available to the traffic committee. We need to better understand how costs associated with improvements to the cycleway might impact other works to expand our cycle network right across the Inner West. So finally, my foreshadowed motion requests council officers identify any immediate safety issues and to undertake works to remedy them. I understand from speaking to staff that much of this could be done with signage, line marking, that kind of thing. So to preempt what Councillor Langford's going to say, you know, she's very disappointed in that we're not supporting local cycleways or local cycling groups. I want to be clear and assure Neil Tonkin and all those who have spoken to me in the past about this or last week in the meeting. This approach that I'm adopting here acknowledges those concerns and it simply directs them through the local traffic committee, which remains the best avenue to gather and analyse the necessary information to respond to their concerns. I think that gives us the best opportunity also to learn from this, to, you know, and to make sure that the future cycleways we're building are the absolute best that we can build.
Thanks, Councillor Howard. I'll indicate my willingness to second your motion. I'll speak very briefly against the primary motion. But sorry to sound like a broken record, but I really do want to return to proper process. As the chair of the Traffic Committee, I was in attendance at the meeting last week or the meeting before, where Councillor Langford raised in passing these issues. In fact, all that was really raised was a request for council staff to come out on site and have a look with her at the cycleway. There was no resolution passed by the Traffic Committee. And the proper process for consideration of traffic safety is that there be a report produced by the Traffic Committee and it be tabled at the council meeting so that we've got proper professional advice from traffic engineers about safety matters. It seems as though the process that's being proposed on this and multiple other matters now is that anything that Councillor Langford would like to fund in her ward, she'll just skip the budget process, skip professional advice, take the staff out of the process and table a motion and then express disappointment if it's not supported by all the other councillors. Well, there's 5 wards in the Inner West Council, there's 1,500 staff, there's 15 councillors, and there's proper processes to make sure that all of those people are included in decision making and that there's an equitable distribution of funds through the budget for projects across all 5 wards. And rather than expressing disappointment, I would respectfully encourage Councillor Langford to adhere to good process and put forward proposals that have been costed, that have received professional advice, and where there is a statutory committee such as the Traffic Committee that should be involved, don't try to cut them out of it, include them in it and do the work to actually make sure you've got a properly developed and funded proposal rather than asking councillors to vote for something on spec. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion? Councillor Atkins?
I'd just like to speak in support of the primary motion. Thank you. I would just like to note that the first part of Councillor Langford's primary motion talks about making urgent safety upgrades and improvements. And I'd like to think that whatever ward there were issues of safety in, we will be looking at urgent safety upgrades and improvements. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, go to Councillor Langford for her right of reply, expression of disappointment.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it seems clear that you haven't read the motion properly because it actually says that it investigates the funding. When I joined council this year, I was had an induction like all the other councillors, and there was no process that was put to me about having to take things in front of the council committees. That's partly what we do by raising notices of motion so that we can put them before staff. And that is one of the ways that we have to, let people know about issues of concern. I want to thank the council staff who have already started to address some of the urgent issues, the safety issues. I've noticed those improvements. As a member of the Traffic Committee, as the alternate, I am not in a position to put up items on the agenda for the Traffic Committee. So that's not possible for me. It might be possible for you, Mayor. I guess I want to know, I'm interested, how many councillors have actually ridden along the path and how much do you really care about actually getting best practice? I think that a review of this path has already been undertaken, that you heard earlier that staff had actually ridden along the path and they have been provided with a report. Then the motion asks them to have a look at it and basically provide a report back to council. There's no expectation that funding, there's no cost associated with the motion. It's up to council to put forward, if there is a cost, and then that would obviously be discussed. I think that taking it to the Traffic Committee could potentially slow the whole thing down, and actually it could end up in accidents because the Traffic Committee won't be meeting until probably February or March next year. So, I don't know how long it would take, and then that would be
point
more
of
a
order.
tick
Councillor
box
Langford's time has
exercise.
expired. Councillor
Thank
Langford's
you.
time for speaking has expired.
Scott, Councillor Langford has concluded her speech. I now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Griffiths, Atkins, Shetty, Langford, De Cruz, Stamoulis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have councillors Scott, Drury, Stevens, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius and myself. That has been defeated. Next item. It brings us to item...
Mayor, can we please put the foreshadowed?
Oh, sorry. My mistake. Thank you for that reminder. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that is unanimous. Is there anyone against the motion? No, that's been carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths. Great motion, Councillor Howard. We'll move on to the next item, exclusion from the low-rise housing diversity code.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this motion is basically responding to community concerns about the issue of losing too many character homes across the inner west, with basically the impact of permanently losing the character of our area. Many residents have spoken to me about their concerns, and what we're seeing here is regular demolition of character homes. There's community groups such as Save Marrickville, Save Dully and Save South Dully who are really concerned about the issue and regularly speak about it. I want to thank the speakers who spoke in support of this motion at the meeting last week. It's calling on council staff to prepare a report on the impact of complying development SEP across our area and also the low-rise diversity housing code. And it asks council to look at options for exemption from that code. Basically, the complying development code creates a real lack of transparency around planning in our area, and it's leading to situations where a house can be demolished overnight and no one would know about it. There's no signage, no notification, and that's because of the complying development SEP. It asks for the council to write to the Minister for Environment and Heritage and the opposition leader and shadow minister and just inquire as to whether we can actually exclude Inner West from that provision. We totally support infill development. We support affordable housing. We support that council, doesn't have the funds to actually do heritage studies of the whole area. So I've got an amendment to this motion from the original motion, and I'd ask the minute taker to put that up. We know that we want sustainable development in our area, but we just don't want this privatisation of our planning system with private certifiers and not having council having oversight so that they can actually do more sensitive development. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, I think I'd like to support Councillor Langford and thank her for bringing this motion to council. It's really critical that we look after our environment, and I seem to recall that Councillor McKenna also brought a similar motion along these lines about the worry about the low-rise housing that would have on our environment. So I commend this motion to you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you. Just a quick amendment to point 3A, and that statistics be supplied on a ward basis. I think that's very important because each ward has its own differences and pressures. So I'd ask Councillor Langford if she'd be happy to say statistics by ward on all complying development certificates approved. Thanks.
Councillor Langford is indicating her willingness to incorporate that amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to advise that I have a foreshadowed motion that I'm happy to table. I'm speaking against this motion because it aims to take action before we've actually had an opportunity to receive the report, understand what the impact is in our LGA, digest the information, and then set about on a sensible course of action. So my foreshadowed motion will ask for the staff to bring a report.
Thank you. Seems like a very sound process. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm unsure about the latest iteration of this motion. I am concerned about the consequences of the low-rise housing diversity set. You can only look over to the corner of Marrickville Road and South Street, where you had a fantastic, home of what was questionable heritage status, but there was a lot of people claiming heritage, and I can see why, being demolished for a very small increase of density. And I do think that there is real potential for greater lateral density in the inner west, and a possible way of actually seeing less heritage homes demolished in the inner west could be investigating things like changing our subdivision protocols in our DCP, looking at the rules around dual occupancy and granny flats, also being able to increase density in laneways, thinking about allowing dwellings on top of a garage or to change those types of structures. And I think actually if we looked at some of those rules, there could be less of an incentive on some of those character home owners to sell their land for very small increases of density. And I think this is an area that we should look at, because all of these homes have a huge amount of embodied energy in them. And for us just to be knocking things down to build them up, again, for very small increases with density, just doesn't seem very efficient to me. So I do think this is a space that we should be investigating. But I think actually I would also like to receive the report first before having a hard determination on this. And I would be considering investigating some of those mechanisms which I put forward earlier in a future nom.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for the right of reply.
Yeah, I'd be happy to incorporate the, I can't actually see the foreshadowed motion, so I just asked, first of all, that the minute taker, if you don't mind scrolling up. Yeah, I just looking at that, I feel that my motion is much more comprehensive. If I'd be prepared to remove clause 4, but I think it would be a shame to lose the detail of requesting all of that information, so that we can actually get much more visibility around the actual statistics and the geographic areas that are impacted. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll now put the Langford, sorry, I've forgotten who the seconder was. Langford de Cruz motion. If that is defeated, then we'll consider
I was just going to say,
all those in favour of the Langford
the amendment.
I'll call the meeting to order. All those in favour of the Langford de Cruz motion.
Sorry,
please
point of
raise your
order.
hands.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
Can I just clarify exactly what we're voting on with the primary? Because it seems like there was points that were getting lost and points that were getting incorporated, and I must admit I'm a bit lost as to what is it going where.
I don't believe there was any amendment moved. There's a foreshadowed motion from Councillor D'Arienzo, which I'll ask the minute takers to display on the screen. The council receive a report, etc. And the primary motion is unamended from what was tabled by Councillor Langford at the start of the debate. I'll put the Langford de Cruz motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Langford, de Cruz, Stamoulis, Shetty and Atkins and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Griffiths, Scott, Stevens, D'Arienzo, Howard, Smith, Drury and myself. That has been defeated. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion. All those in favour of the foreshadowed motion, please raise your hands. And I believe that is unanimous support for the D'Arienzo motion. That has been carried unanimously. Next item.
Thank you.
Natural area restoration opportunity.
I believe that needs a seconder though.
I'll allow Councillor Langford to speak to the motion. Oh, sorry, the foreshadowed motion. All right, I'll go back and recommit that. Thank you for that. I'm just going to seek clarification from the council officers. With a foreshadowed motion, is the requirement that there'd be no seconder identified prior to the vote on the primary motion? I'll ask that of the Manager of Governance.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The speaker to the foreshadowed can outline the motion, but the seconder isn't until the original motion has lapsed.
Okay,
I'll
thank you for
second
that.
it now. I'll
Seconded
second
by
it now.
Councillor Drury. I'll recommit that vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. In support? All those against? That I'll declare that carried unanimously. Next item, natural area restoration opportunity. Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this motion is basically about supporting the council policy and strategy for development of urban forests. There's an area in Marrickville near the Cooks River, which basically there's an opportunity there for this land to be turned into more natural habitat. It could be rewilding for native plants, a bush tucker garden, a place for habitat and restorative landscaping to create pathways where people can sit down and have a quiet time. I want to thank the speakers from last week who spoke in support of the motion. I know that this site has been long been sort of identified as having the possibility of, being developed. It's just sitting there at the moment. It's adjacent to the golf course. The golf course would need to be consulted. The golf club would need to be consulted about, the development and change to the land. The area is between Chadwick Avenue and Alfred Street in Marrickville, and basically it's identified within the golf course plan of management. So it's something that's already kind of been identified. I know that there are members in the community, and I had someone approach me who are really keen to do more bush care and have more sites available to them. So it's really a matter as to whether council can actually investigate the area and see what might be possible and maybe have discussions with the golf club. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? If not, that will lapse. Councillor De Cruz will second the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I think we do need to restore the area, and I think I'm familiar with that patch, which does need some TLC. And I think the Marrickville Golf Club is supportive of bush care, and it would be good if council did take up this suggestion by Councillor Langford to support the restoration of that area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move a foreshadowed motion. I'll ask the minute takers to display that foreshadowed motion on the screen. I think it's important that we adhere to proper process in regards to the Marrickville Golf Course Master Plan. There is nothing in the primary motion that involves consultation with the golf club at all. And given that let's be honest, the prolonged extended period, by which I mean the last decade, in which Councillor Langford and others have been advocating for that golf course to be cut in half. Now that we've finally settled the future of the golf course, to start picking out parts of the master plan without any consultation with the club and seek to undertake separate works on that site without having a conversation or any proper planning process risks dredging up all of the ill feeling that has existed over that time. I think it's obviously the fact that Councillor Langford has genuinely been such a strong advocate for cutting the course in half means that a motion such as this coming from her would be a bad way for us to go about it. The Marrickville Golf Course Master Plan does include a whole range of really important community and environmental benefits that can be progressed. But the right way to do that is to go and talk to the club respectfully and to find out what their priorities are, to work out what council can do in different stages, and not just to focus on one particular plot of land and one particular part of the master plan. I know from my discussions with the golf club previously that what they really want is for there to be an ongoing partnership between council and the club, and for the master plan to be looked at holistically. So in my view, the primary motion would result in further division within the community, and it's not a good process. So I'm proposing a foreshadowed motion that myself and the General Manager meet with the golf club to discuss the implementation of environmental and other components of the Marrickville Golf Course Master Plan, with the outcomes of that meeting to be reported to a subsequent council meeting so that all 15 councillors can understand what is achievable on the golf course, what the club's priorities are, and we can decide as a group what we'd like to put funding into and support. So I'll just foreshadow that motion if the primary motion is defeated. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the primary motion or to amend it? If not, I'll go to Councillor Langford for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel very flattered that you have foreshadowed, put another foreshadowed motion up. Obviously, I'm doing something right if all the motions I'm putting up labour of foreshadowing in various ways. So thanks for that. If you read the background of the motion, it actually says that the land is being managed, is within the golf course lands, and that council will need to consult with the golf club and as they have the lease over the land, and it would have to be consistent with the golf course plan of management. I want to commend the golf club president, Andrew Ty, because he has been amazing in working with the bush care groups, including the mud crabs and land care, and also the more recent site around the 18th tee. I also want to say thanks to all of those groups for all the amazing work that they do. My main aim with putting up this motion is just to create more potential habitat. So I'm really pleased that you and the General Manager will talk to the golf club and raise it with them. And I hope that we can get a great outcome on this. Thank you.
I'll put the primary motion moved by Councillors Langford and De Cruz. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Griffiths, Atkins, Shetty, De Cruz, Langford, Lockie. I can't see Councillor Stamoulis.
I'm supporting that.
Yeah, could I ask you just to sit back from the screen a little bit, Councillor Stamoulis, because I often can't see your arm when you're voting. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Scott, Drury, Stevens, Smith, Howard, Sardulius, D'Arienzo, and myself. That has been defeated. We'll now deal with the foreshadowed motion. Yes, Councillor Griffiths.
Can I please put an amendment to your, suggest an amendment to your foreshadowed motion?
I'll seek advice from council officers about whether an amendment can be moved to a foreshadowed motion after the right of reply has been given.
After a right of reply, no. When considering the foreshadowed motion, yes.
Well, this is after the right of reply and when considering the foreshadowed motion.
Was the right of reply on the original, it was on the original motion, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the foreshadowed motion now is a new motion and can be treated as such and can start again.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, so as you commented.
But you also need a seconder.
Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion? Councillor Scott will second that, or Councillor Howard. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, considering of your comments around Justine's long involvement with the golf course and also a passion for environmental outcomes for the Cook River and Marrickville in general, and she obviously has a big interest in this increasing biodiversity in the area and around the club. Can I suggest that we add the words after the mayor, put a comma, Councillor Langford, and the general manager. So actually to keep Councillor Langford involved in the conversations, actually, so we can move forward in a more collegial way.
Councillor Griffiths is proposing an amendment. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Stamoulis?
No, I'm happy with that.
Okay, I'll speak against the amendment. With great respect, Councillor Griffiths, I think you may have misunderstood the point that I was making in speaking against the primary motion. I was suggesting that Councillor Langford's motion, in which there was no consultation proposed with the golf club, would be seen as a continuation of the divisive approach that had been taken over the last decade by her and other advocates of cutting the course in half. Therefore, it would not be logical, having defeated that motion, to amend the foreshadowed motion and to include only Councillor Langford and no other councillors other than the mayor and the general manager in that meeting. What I have proposed, though, is that the outcomes of that meeting be transparently reported back to the council so that all 15 councillors are able to give consideration to how the master plan might be advanced. So I won't support incorporating the amendment, but I'm happy to put it to a vote.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Langford.
I'd like to suggest another amendment to your foreshadowed motion.
We're not able to consider another amendment. Sorry to pick you up on process again, but we'll need to deal with the amendment that's been tabled before we're able to consider further amendments. I'll note that it's 11 minutes past 10 now. So all of the Labor motions we agreed to move on block, other than those that other councillors chose to bring out. So it would be unfortunate if we get to 11 o'clock tonight, we'll have to come back just before Christmas for a third meeting. So I'll ask councillors to take that into account when deciding whether to move further amendments or not. Councillor Griffiths, I'll now put your amendment. All those in favour, please raise their hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, Langford, De Cruz, Stamoulis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Scott, Drury, Stevens, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius and myself. That has been defeated. Councillor Langford, do you have something else you wish to propose in as amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Just going back to your point about just having me as a councillor there, I was going to suggest that instead to include all ward councillors of Marrickville, Midgebury ward to, attend the meeting.
I'll speak against that amendment. I'll just check first if there is a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Shetty. Do you wish to speak to it? No. This is getting a little ridiculous, to be frank. We've got a substantive motion before us for the council with its official representatives to meet with the golf course and for the outcomes to be reported back to all councillors for consideration. I'll now put the Langford Shetty amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, Langford, De Cruz, Stamoulis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Scott, Stevens, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius and myself. That has been defeated. There being no further amendments or speakers, I'll waive my right of reply and put the foreshadowed motion. All those in favour of the Byrne-Howard motion, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Is there anyone against the motion? No, I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is notice of motion, Cooks River Federal Election Funding Promise. Councillor Langford.
Thank you. Yeah, this motion is about securing funding to make improvements that are badly needed for the Cooks River to make it healthier and cleaner. Something that the community has been very vocal about, and it's reflected in that Cooks River community call to action that we discussed earlier. So this is really during the federal election campaign, there was a promise by Prime Minister Albanese that there would be $200 million dedicated to an urban rivers catchment program. And then we had Tony Burke, the federal member for Watson now. He committed to $10 million for regenerating the Cooks River. And I've been approached by various community groups who are basically keen to take advantage of that money and would like to know how they can actually apply for projects and grants. So basically this motion is just seeking to write to the Prime Minister and Tony Burke and other parties to just find out what's happening with that funding. I know the Cooks River Alliance are also very keen to find out. I am a member of the Alliance, the committee, the management committee, and I know that it's been raised at that committee, and I've also raised it with the chair of that committee, but I haven't had a response. So this is all about writing and finding out what's happening and when that money will be available so that we can take advantage of it. Thanks.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second.
Do you wish to speak to it?
No, that's fine.
Councillor Langford, just before I speak to the motion, can I ask, was there a federal Greens funding commitment made at the election to the rehabilitation of the Cooks River? And if so, what was it?
I'm not aware of any.
No commitment from the federal Greens?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, in that case, I'll table the foreshadowed motion. I've provided the wording to the minute takers. So I'll foreshadow, if the primary motion is defeated, the following. That council note that Federal Labor was the only party to make an election funding commitment for the rehabilitation of the Cooks River, and that council has written to Minister Plibersek seeking her collaboration on the rehabilitation of the Cooks River, which I've done last week or earlier in December, I think, at the request of I had a meeting with the chair of the officer from the Cooks River Alliance, and discussed in a collegiate way the fantastic funding commitment made by Federal Labor and the need for us to approach that as an opportunity in a respectful way to engage with Minister Plibersek, who is a person of great substance and drive, who's really showing what can be done with the environmental portfolio, including having announced just in the past week the establishment of a federal environment protection agency with independent statutory power, as well as the rewriting of the nation's environment laws. That's the best approach. To be very frank, I think it's not particularly helpful to have a partisan approach in which a party that made no funding commitment at all to the Cooks River seek to, and I'm sure this wasn't your intention, but it could be interpreted this way, Councillor Langford, to take the announced commitment of another party and then seek to turn it into the possession of the council or of the Greens political party for partisan political purposes, rather than taking that very positive announcement at face value and seeking to engage constructively with the government. Or to put it another way, Councillor Langford, if we wanted to engage with the federal Labor government, I would have thought talking to one of the 8 Labor councillors on the council about the best way to go about that would be a really useful approach, something that didn't occur in the development of this motion. I look forward to working with Councillor Plibersek, and I strongly feel that
don't demote Tanya like that.
that the proposal put forward in the foreshadowed motion will be a more effective approach than what has been proposed by Councillor Langford. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion?
I just have a question through the chair to staff. Could I just confirm that this foreshadowed motion is substantially different enough that it is a foreshadowed motion rather than an amendment?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, a foreshadowed motion is an alternate motion, and the alternate motion obviously can't be identical to the motion on the table. But if there is no support for the primary motion, then councillors can move a foreshadowed motion that is a completely different worded motion. And based on one of them requesting for something to be written and the other simply noting, I would say that they are different enough.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the primary motion or to speak against it?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Look, I disagree with that interpretation. I believe that these could be incorporated as amendments if Councillor Langford wanted to into the substantive motion. I'd in fact like your explanation as to why you think this is a foreshadowed motion.
They're demonstrably different motions with different substance, and I rule that it's a foreshadowed motion. If you're ever the chair, Councillor Stamoulis, you'll be able to make rulings on matters such as that. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor Langford. I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Stamoulis, please desist from interjecting. Councillor Langford, your right of reply.
Thank you for, congratulations on yet another foreshadowed motion. That's wonderful that you are acknowledging the need of the Cooks River and the community around here who have just, are so sad to see all the rubbish in the river and just the state of the steel sheet pylons degrading, and would just like to see the river get some more love. I'm really pleased to hear that you've met with the executive officer of the Cooks River Alliance and to talk about, the funding. And it's certainly not my intention to politicise this. I think when there's a grant going, it's something that council really want to take advantage of, and it's something that community groups also want to take advantage of. And just to understand what's the timeline for that, I don't think is an unreasonable request. I'm really pleased that the Labor Party made those commitments, and I just look forward to seeing the good works that are going to come out of it. I think that our whole community will benefit. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. I would be happy to incorporate your motion into my own one, but I doubt that that's going to happen. So thank you.
I'll put the Langford Atkins motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty. Councillor Langford, are you in support of your motion? Langford, De Cruz, Stamoulis and Lockie. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Scott, Stevens, Drury, D'Arienzo, Howard, Smith, Sardulius and myself. That has been defeated. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion.
Mayor, I would like to speak against your foreshadowed motion.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I consider your motion both redundant in basis noting things that council have already done, but I consider it rather sectarian, to be honest, and I've been pretty disappointed by this debate. Personally, I've been disappointed with Tanya Plibersek's role as Environment Minister, whether it's her and Labor's commitment to opening.
Councillor Griffiths, I'll ask you to. Councillor Griffiths.
Also, the lack of support.
Councillor Griffiths, I'll call you to order. Councillor Griffiths, I'll call you to order. I'll ask you to remain relevant to the motion.
Oh, sorry, I was just responding to your remarks earlier, Mayor. But yeah, I won't be supporting this motion. I find it redundant.
Okay, we're at 10:23. If there's no further discussion of the motion, I'll ask if there's a seconder for it. Seconded by Councillor Drury. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? In favour, I have Councillor Scott, Stevens, Drury, D'Arienzo, Howard, Smith, Sardulius and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, Stamoulis, De Cruz, Langford and Lockie. That has been carried. That concludes the items on the agenda absent, except for those to be considered in confidential session. Is there any councillor who will move that we go into confidential session?
I don't think item 30 is being dealt with.
Sorry, I've just got an interjection. Was that from you, Councillor Langford?
Yeah, I don't believe that item 30 has been dealt with.
Oh, that's right. The Cooks River Alliance Strategic Plan.
Yes, thank you.
The draft one.
The draft, yeah.
Yeah, so we
but
all know that
it was tabled 3 times, Councillor Drury, so that makes up a bit for its draft status. Councillor Langford?
So yeah, we all know that the residents love the Cooks River, and basically at the committee meeting, which Councillor D'Arienzo and I were on, The strategic plan was signed off, and it has all of the objectives in it, which I know the community are really keen to get action on as soon as possible. We had the executive officer of the Alliance speak to us at the council meeting last week, and he was commending the report to us. Basically, it's the vision for the report for the Alliance is that the Cooks River is a loved and healthy river valley enriching the heart of Sydney. And this plan is basically intended to translate from the vision into outcomes. I hope that the community, I hope that council will support the plan, and so that we can just basically get action as soon as possible to deliver on meeting those key objectives. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor De Cruz, do you wish to speak?
Yeah,
to
I'll
it?
second. Yeah, look, I find that we can have political to and fro's, and we can have Councillor Drury claiming he's been on these committees for 17 years and they haven't looked the green way yet. I think it's actually really important that we commit as a council to some of these projects, because it appears this has not happened. There seems to have been changes in government. I'm sure Labor's been in power in that time, at both the state and the federal level. And I think the important thing here is that we actually progress some of these projects and we don't just talk about them. So it's actually more important that things get that we actually see some action on the ground, and we see some solid action plans rather than strategic plans and everything else. So I think we need to commit to moving beyond this project and certainly give a strong commitment to the strategic plan and set about identifying funds to progress the project. Because it's probably shameful that we have such a grotty river in our midst. And if we're going to continue to talk about water-sensitive urban design and water quality, then we have to do a lot in this area. And the Cooks River Alliance strategic plan would actually articulate what needs to be done and when. And if we're not going to support such a motion as Councillor Langford has brought forward, then we might as well all pack up and go home, because it's all grandstanding and nothing's actually coming off it. So I think it is incumbent on all councillors to support Councillor Langford's motion and that we see some action on the Cooks River. Thank you.
I'll speak briefly against the motion, and for the same reasons that have already been clearly articulated. It's impossible to support the implementation of a draft plan that we haven't received, that hasn't been assessed by Council's environment team, that hasn't been tabled in a report at Council for consideration, that hasn't been read by most councillors. And to be a bit pointed about it, to be lecturing Councillor Drury, who is the highly successful chair of the Parramatta River Catchment Group, an organisation that is absolutely kicking goals and opening new swim sites just about every week. It's respected around the world as a best practice example of how to do urban river rehabilitation. I think that's a bit much. That's a lot more sophisticated than just tabling a draft plan, which is actually due to be tabled with council officers before it's considered at all at council. We've already resolved tonight to request of the officers of the Cooks River Alliance that they actually submit that plan for consideration by council. And all we can do with this yet another motion which seeks to circumvent proper process is to restate that we'd like to have the report actually submitted in final form. So I'll move that way as a foreshadowed motion. And given the way that this has been reiterated, I will be talking directly with the officers of the Cooks River Alliance just to remind them of the fact that proper process does need to be adhered to. And if they've got a strategic plan that they'd like council to work with them on, they'll actually need to submit it rather than hoping that we'll be able to pull it out of the ether. So I will move that way. It's the same wording that was tabled previously for a previous motion. So it can just be that council restate its request to the Cooks River Alliance for the final strategy to be submitted to council. I'll move that way if the primary motion is defeated. Is there any further amendment of the primary motion? If
Can
not,
I
I'll
just
go to Councillor
clarify a
Langford.
question?
Sorry. I'll go
I'd
to
just like to clarify a question, clarify an issue.
Okay, I'll
When
note that
you
it's
say that the-
10:30. I note that it's 10:30.
That
There's
the
still
Cooks
multiple
River
items to
Alliance,
deal with in confidential session. Councillor De Cruz, with great respect, you've had more time on the floor tonight than any other councillor, so I'll ask you to be as succinct as possible.
so when you're asking the Cooks River Alliance to submit this plan to council for approval, I'm a bit confused what you're expecting them to do. And what is council
I can't take
going to approve
responsibility
these?
for your confusion, Councillor De Cruz, and that's not a question. Councillor Langford, your right of
It's a
reply.
partnership.
I'll call the
In
meeting
a
to
West
order.
Council's only one
Call the
partner.
meeting to order. Councillor Langford, your right of reply.
I'll waive my right of reply. I think the council
I'll
officers
put the
already
Langford
have
De Cruz
the
motion.
report.
All those in favour of the Langford De Cruz motion, please raise your hands. In support, we have councillors Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, Stamoulis, De Cruz, Langford, not councillor Lockie this time. All those in favour, all those against, please raise your hands. Against, we have councillors Lockie, Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Howard, Smith, Drury, Scott and myself. That has been defeated. I'll
And
now
me.
ask for a seconder for the foreshadowed motion.
May I do that?
Seconded by councillor Drury. I'll put that, all those.
Question through the chair, thank you.
I'll just, we've already clarified that. Councillor Stamoulis.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Mayor, are you suggesting here that council have not received a copy of this report, that it has not been submitted to council? It's my understanding that it has.
But it hasn't, and there is no final report.
Could we seek clarification on whether this has been submitted?
I'll put that as a question to the council officers.
Through you, if I may, Chair, I'm only aware of the draft.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that is unanimous. Is there anyone against the motion? That's been carried
Yes,
unanimously.
I'm against the motion. Sorry, I'm against the motion because I don't know the council's a partner in this and they're not actually the final output.
Councillor De Cruz will be recorded as voting against the motion.
Can I
That has
move
been
that we
carried
move into
with council-
confidential?
That has been carried with councillor De Cruz against. Councillor Drury is moving that we move into confidential
I'll second
session.
that.
That is seconded by councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll ask the council officers to inform us when the broadcast has been discontinued.